client issue that we've actually had to experience for the tournament. Some of the room can actually use some of the client. Other people are unable to do so as of yet. Though, nonetheless, we are going to go straight into the game, and we are looking at the team compositions for the first time around. I know for a fact that people are trying to play Scion right now simply because of the fact that Colossus, whatever the hell it is an incredibly strong Keystone Mastery right now. It's so strong, it's basically broken at the moment, and it will most likely be one of the few things that's either scrubbed away or completely changed come the actual start of the actual season as it continues. Now, looking at their team compositions, we have Gangplank, Olaf, Annie, Vayne, and Nami coming out for literally anything else. For literally anything else. And from Firefox, we're actually going to be seeing Scion, Kha'Zix, Orianna, Jinx, and Janna. If you were there for the previous stream that we had, I was talking about how that Jinx is a very strong pick, but very much contestable given this day and age, given how the actual meta has changed away from utility carries and carries that kind of just stand still and do their damage. Right now, it's very much for frenetic AD carries, like Vayne in the later game, Lucian, and Ezreal, even though Lucian has not exactly been given the nicest treatment over the course of the past few weeks, even months, rather, considering the changes to Yumu's and everything else. But looking at these team compositions, it looks like literally anything else is going to be wanting to focus more on actual team fighting, where their team fighting is very, 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 very strong. You have Olaf that can go straight into the back line for free. GP's barrels and his ultimate on top of everything else is just a ridiculous thing to actually have to deal with consistently. And then you have to deal with a Vayne and an Annie whose stun is going to be on command. T-Bomb is an incredibly powerful part of this game. And Vayne herself is just an incredibly strong champion if you don't shove her down. Jinx in a very ugly position right now from the Nami. Will manage to get out, no burning any of any summoners. Just Jinx was not in this scenario and the place at the time. Scion, meanwhile, is kind of bullying this GP in the top lane. And realistically, what is GP supposed to do? You get a free shield on GP whenever you land your Q because of the fact that hard CC is incredibly strong right now in this patch, given the changes and the actual new Keystone Mastery. It's a very difficult thing to actually fight, but Kha'Zix, finding an Olaf in the middle, will get isolation bonuses, slowing the Olaf right now. This could very well be First Blood if they play it correctly. He is level 3, that's Ghost, burned by Olaf, and First Blood going to Kha'Zix. Orianna just trying to find a way for this Annie to just eat a little bit more dirt because she is just being shoved down to high hell. Scion is just throwing a masterclass in how to make sure that this GP just does not get fed ahead. Kha'Zix looking for the Annie kill on two sides, and the kill is good. Will manage to get out with a burned exhaust. 2-0 for Firefox right now. First blood and a single kill giving over to Orianna, which will be very big. Annie's already behind by 3 CS, and that means that Orianna will come back into lane with at least a mana item, or maybe the Codex, which is still a mana item with a little bit more offensive masteries. Jinx right now not doing so great, however. Against the Nami, it's a very difficult thing to beat. Nami, or rather supports in general, tend to kind of tie off the bottom lane in such a way that it makes it very difficult, and it makes it so that your team is very complete. But it makes it very difficult to actually play against. Nami is making it so that this Jinx is effectively not doing as well as she can, because it's certainly not Vayne, I can say that, because most Vaynes can't actively deal with what they're doing with right now. Vayne is up by 20 CS, though, which is genuinely ridiculous, considering it's up against a Jinx. That being said, though, GP seems to have probably taken what looks like Deathfire Touch, it seems, because of the burn that's going on to Scion right now. Question that. I'm not quite certain why you would take Deathfire Touch on a GP unless you really plan on using your skills to great effect. The stun missing from Annie will get instead hit a bit by Orianna, and my god, does she do some damage. Currently, literally anything else not quite doing as well, not quite matching up to Firefox, but that does make a little bit of sense. I found out after the fact that there was a little bit of the elo balancing that went on was somewhat messed up due to the fact that literally anything else lost all of their higher elo players and instead are basically comprised of only, well, bronze, silver, and gold players, and low gold players at that. That being said, we all know that rank doesn't matter because we're all challengers at heart. Thank you, Reddit. And right now, we'll just continue on. Orianna will be a very, very scary champion to actually have to deal with. Oriannas are consistently very strong. Ooh, bubble going out onto Janna. Will get the rooted down onto Nami. Flash will come out, but it will be effective at living the day. Vayne's flash, though, was burned. I don't know why, unless it was to do the condemn, but it was in the wrong direction. So there were some questionable things going on right there. However, we remember what I said about elo balancing. It seems that this bottom lane is doing quite well for themselves against both Jinx and Janna, which is commendable in all honesty. Regardless of rank, they're doing what they can. And a bottom lane has historically won the day in many, many times. Granted, League of Legends is far more of a team game than it was back in Season 2, but that doesn't preclude the idea of a very well done comeback. At least I like to believe so at any other rate. Meanwhile, Sion doing what they can, doing what he can possibly try to do. I think the actual sound is a little bit low for everybody. Don't worry, we'll increase that right now. Going to 25. You get to hear the barrels exploding in high definition. Sion doing what he can. Shields coming out like it's nobody's business. He's just got shields on shields on shields. GP just going in, trying to get a little bit more CS. Annie playing with fire right now. Has 30 CS, double ring, no actual CS, no actual regeneration component and ability that's available to her. But we're still trying to win the day. It's 800 gold lead in favor of Firefox. Not insurmountable at all. Rift Herald still no spawn yet, but there's Annie's Tibbers going in deep onto Orianna. Orianna kind of just shoving Annie's decision down her throat, but Tibbers is pissed right now. Ghost having to be burned by Orianna, but the GP ultimate to pick up the kill on the Metal Woman herself. Excellent job that. GP trying to do what he can, trying to make sure that this Sion does not give full understanding and will to him. Still up ahead, still even in farm, but Olaf coming in, giving the slow on to, my God. Can't really cast that, especially when you go into Optimus Prime mode effectively on Sion and just run away, which is not a bad thing in all honesty. I will gladly burn the minute-and-a-half cooldown, if only to get out of that ugly, ugly situation at every single possible point. Nonetheless, still 3-1. The members of literally anything have managed to pick themselves up a kill. They are on the board. Very, very good job by them by taking out an Orianna. She is 2-1, but that does mean that she did lose the actual streak. Granted, that's only 150 gold, but that's 50 extra gold. That's about 25, somewhere around there, going to everybody else. Nami doing what she can, or, well, anything that she could possibly do at this point is really very, very strong in all honesty. This matchup between Annie and Orianna, I'm beginning to figure out why they don't actually play it in higher elo, because of the fact that your range is just so low when you're playing as Annie, and you're just going to be shoved into the dirt by Orianna. I question the offensive nature, unless GP was always there and saying, don't worry, I will help you, Orianna. But the burst is okay. I mean, I think it's the E is always going to be rather good, but your laning phase is just trash. It's just not very good whatsoever. That being said, 3-1 still, with a 400 gold lead in favor of Firefox. Them doing what they can. They're doing what they can, ladies and gents. Vayne with 80 farm against Jinx's 29. She's up by 50 farm at 9 minutes and 50 seconds. That is absolutely ridiculous. This Vayne is basically items above this Jinx, where this Jinx will be. As we all know, kills mean something in League of Legends, but they don't mean an incredible amount. What amounts is gold totals. Gold totals are assisted by kills, but mostly by CS. And my God, what is going to happen? Command Shockwave coming out from Orianna. That's the flash burned by Annie. She cannot stay there any longer. No ultimate burn. Could have quite told that for what it was. Kha'Zix maybe in a bit of a bad trouble right now. Thought he was only facing against one champion, but it turns out that GP came in from the hidden area. Ori, though, going to be coming up on the side. Kha'Zix baiting quite masterfully. GP in an ugly way will get isolation bonus, but the choo-choo of death is coming in from Sion. Will secure the assist on Olaf. Well done, and good map awareness by Sion to recognize that there's a fight going on. An excellent amount of baiting, though, going on by Kha'Zix. They'll be taking this Rift Herald. 5-1 going over to Firefox. That'll be a K and a K.3 gold going towards them. Very, very good. They are now an entire BF sword above the enemy team. Bubble from Nami going out will manage to stop the DPS that they're able to do in its tracks. Vayne, with the amount of gold that she's going to go back with right now, has the ability probably to buy the Zeal on top of maybe the daggers, and maybe even almost most of the Phantom Dancer that she would want to get at the very end of this laning phase, which is rather good in all fairness, because attack speed items are still very much OP, especially in this meta where DR is just the most incredible thing. And you're going to want to stack DR. Damage reduction is super good, especially against assassins, because that's just damage that you are not going to be taking any longer, which is just incredibly important in this day and age, with assassins 100 to 0ing you in a 0.5 seconds. Thank goodness we do not have to deal with Rengar this game. If we were dealing with Rengar this game, then this would be an entirely different scenario. That being said, though, we aren't dealing with Rengar. We're dealing with Kha'Zix, and we're dealing with... That's the only real assassin right now. Oh, goodness me, that was almost a disaster. Jesus. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. It almost happened too quick for me. Tibbers' bomb on top of Command Shockwave. The Ignite goes on to Orianna, and Tibbers, angered and enraged that Annie dies, just beat Orianna to death, and will take up the kill. 6-2. Annie with a kill and an assist with GP as a kill right now, thankfully from that cheeky ultimate in the middle lane against a low-health Orianna. Very good job. But this is why I'm pretty sure that they took Janna, effectively, because of the way that the champion fundamentally works. She has every single tool there to stop people from dying, effectively. I had to cast a few games yesterday, and Janna consistently, when a GP was in the game, was making it an absolute trial to have anything happen that was in any way manageable, because you just couldn't deal with her. You couldn't deal with the ability to pop shields on everybody, the ability to knock up people. Oh, this could be very bad. Kha'Zix going in for the assassination on the GP, will knock it up, and will get the kill from the Scion and knock up. Alley-oop, straight to the bank, 7-2. Firefox coming up. It's like 2K gold lead right now. Kha'Zix is absolutely massive. 3-0 and 2. He's probably going to be changed in a further patch, but that patch is not right now, and so he will continue to be rather good. Kha'Zix is 40 CS over GP. GP does not have any kills on the board. Right now, Kha'Zix is not struggling for money. Olaf, meanwhile, a champion that historically doesn't need that much gold, just really needs tank stats, is just struggling to find the gold to buy those tank stats. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane. Meanwhile, in the middle lane, Annie is getting just utterly destroyed by this Orianna. Olaf in an ugly way right now. That's the assassination by Kha'Zix onto the little girl, and she will go the way of the dodo. 8-2. Unfortunate that, but nonetheless, all too true. That'll be first turret actually going down in the top lane previously before with Kha'Zix and Sion. An important thing. That's part of the reason why they have the 4K gold lead that they do. But they also took the mid lane turret. Command Shockwave coming in big. Olaf going down to 0-3. Ugly that, but nonetheless, excellent play by Orianna. 9-2 with a solidified 4.6K gold lead right now. And these are champions that are not going to easily be able to deal with. You are not going to be able to deal with them just at a snap of your fingers. You are going to actually have to make a plan right now. It's still 4K up. They took Ocean Drake right now, which is big. Kha'Zix will get the isolation bonus on to the GP. Rather, it won't, but he will be shut down by the Vayne Roam. That'll be the actual command dissonance, though, given up by Orianna. Orianna knocked up from Nami. That's going to be Vayne trying to do what she can. Heal rubbing out, and the kill and damage secured by the Vayne Nami Roam. Excellent job, Vayne Nami. 9-4 with a 3K gold lead, managing to get two very key shutdowns on two very, very important targets. And my goodness, that has brought the game into somewhat of a different turn right now. Phantom Dancer is going to be purchased by Vayne. In addition, you will have just the simple stuff being given by Nami, all the supports want, but the Nami's been playing rather well right now, and a good Nami is worth their weight in gold, regardless of what items that they may have at that point. Berserker's Greaves also coming out from Vayne. Vayne will be extremely fast and will be able to fire off all of those bolts extremely quickly. And my goodness, I fear for Firefox if they have to deal with that. She's not in so much fed as she's been allowed to do whatever the hell she's wanted this game. And unfortunate that he gets the Scuttle Crab taken from him, the Olaf. Unfortunate, but nonetheless, it is what it is. Vayne doing what she can, farming in the bottom lane. Jinx has the beginnings of an Infinity Edge. She has no kills. Kha'Zix is looking to actually take the dragon right now. It's going to be a Mountain Drake. That's going to be rather big for the members of... Oh, this could be very bad. GP ultimate coming in, not quite getting the steal, but GP on the side looking to get something. Kha'Zix going in for an assassination. Will it be successful? Not quite. There's the ultimate from Kha'Zix. Will be popped, and it will not be good enough. They will, however, take the Mountain Drake. Mountain Drake for Kha'Zix. They do remove him off the map. Oh, Vayne coming in big. That's the ultimate change. She's coming in. Oh, Tibbers with the stun. And an Orianna that is dead. That is actually somewhat bad because those are the only two members on this team that have kills. Sion does have 2 assists, but Jinx is relatively useless right now. She's in a certain part of the game that doesn't matter at the moment, and Janna is just not where the targets need to be right now. They will take this mid lane turret and open up the map a little bit more for them. Sion was pushing into the top lane, meaning that wave will push. They'll have some pressure down there. But realistically, very well done and very good by literally anything else. They're doing what they need to do to come back from a deficit, taking down 2 very important targets, arguably the most important targets on this team. Jinx is a very, very important champion. She's an incredibly powerful champion that scales so incredibly well, but she is at 3 very basic items right now going into the Infinity Edge, and that is simply not good enough at this stage of game, especially against the 3-0-1 Vayne, who is a completed Phantom Dancer on top of a BF Sword, on top of completed boots. She's going to be faster than you, she's going to be dealing more damage than you, and she's going to be taking less damage than you. Annie in an ugly way right now, going from 75% of her health all the way down to 20% simply by 2 skills from an Orianna. Excellent, excellent damage from Orianna. She does have the Morellonomicon picked up. She has an needlessly large, and the pen boots have come into fruition. Right now, most laners just try to pick up about 40% CDR from what I understand. Whether or not, I don't quite know where those items are going to be going for right now, but only time will tell at this point. Kha'Zix trying to steal enemy jungle right now, going in for the blue buff. Not going to be giving it to Annie right now. Your turret was actually destroyed by Vayne. Excellent job. And by Nami. Nami has been incredibly good this entire game, popping off and doing what she needs to actually do in order to make this team composition work fluidly. So, mad props in all fairness. But Kha'Zix with a completed Ravenous Hydra. Now, the play right here, because he was so fed beforehand, would be buy GA and then just watch as they can't actually kill you. And if they do kill you, you just come back up and kill everyone again because you've already killed 3 targets. You can't really do that as well because you've died twice in the past 3 minutes. Kha'Zix, though, coming in for the gank. That'll be the GP ultimate coming out where from what he's trying to do. It was a decent attempt at trying to live, but it just wasn't good enough. Unfortunate, GP will die, giving another kill over to Kha'Zix. Vayne coming up on the side, looking to do some kills, looking to get some kills. Bubbles on the Vayne will get the ultimate off. A lot of damage. She's coming up. Knockup is not going to be good enough. The Condemn will not be good, but the Exhaust will be taking down the Kha'Zix. Sion, though, securing the kill on to the Vayne, but there's Command Shockwave and the cleanup by Orianna. That's going to be Olaf trying to do what he can, but realistically, he has no items right now. Genuinely nothing. He only has Bomby Cinder, and even then, that's not good enough right now. On top of some basic armor, the teleport from the GP coming out in order to stop this Sion. Olaf with the roam, trying to do what he can. That'll be Annie being taken down from some Thunderlords, and a hell of a lot of damage from a fed Orianna. 7-4-2. That'll be Optimus Prime making his brief escape. And my goodness, that'll be second turret down. Rather, no, not second turret. Third turret down, but second in the mid lane. Jinx doing what she can. Jinx, if nothing else, is an incredible tower pusher. She makes objectives just cry because of how good she is at it. She'll probably be able to go back home and buy the completed Infinity Edge at this point, which is excellent for her. She'll maybe be able to get boots. But that being said, Infinity Edge has been completed for Vayne. Infinity Edge Phantom Dancer Vayne, I don't know. That's a scary prospect to imagine, and not the least of which have to deal with. Now, considering the fact of how much stuff is gone off of the map, I would have expected these gold totals to be far in excess of what they actually are. But it's just 35k against 31.4. Firefox is only ahead by less than 4k gold. I mean, granted, that is a big gulf, to be fair. That's an entire Infinity Edge. But the problem is, it should be higher. You know, you've won the early game to such an extent. Why is it not higher? Vayne looking to do a kill on to a massive tank. Tank misses the E. Sion in an ugly position right now. There's the Condemn. Will knock away the knockback. Sion in an ugly position. Let's be honest right now. It's taking a year to actually kill him, but massive props to him. Oh, the Orianna roam, taking out the Annie in a single stroke of the pen. The passive from Sion will be good. Will not manage to kill him, but Orianna is on the hunt. Doesn't actually had to burn Command Shockwave in order to kill the Annie. Annie is just not having a good game right now. She's the Morella Nomicon, and just Spell Pen Boots made it so that she's 1-6 right now. She probably needs a bit more tankier stats, like a Rylai's or something along those lines, but you want to build 40% cooldown reduction, and Rylai's does not give that. There it's Olaf being taken down, incredibly so, by the Kha'Zix. Ragnarok being propped. No knock-up from the Janna, but the assassination will be great by Kha'Zix to take down the Olaf, and will make it so that he is 6-3. With Ninja Tech. He is not taking damage from Vayne right now. He's itemizing against Vayne right now. Orianna, though, dying off screen to a Nami Vayne, which should be, in all honesty, rather apparent. Easily apparent that you cannot go up against those targets. When you're playing Orianna against Vayne, the only thing that you can do is hope that you land Command Shockwave, but Command Shockwave is already on cooldown, so you know where the ball is going from the Orianna, which means any Vayne worth their salt is going to dodge Command Dissonance and Command Attack. So the only thing that you have left is to die, and I question the effectiveness of that. But nonetheless, 15-9, 39.2k gold lead in favor, rather, a k gold lead, my apologies, 4k gold lead in favor of Firefox. It's been rather stagnant, though, to be honest. We just talked about that, but they've only really been at 4k gold lead, a 4k gold lead. Literally anything else, literally, however you wish to call them and shorten their name down, has been doing a damn fine job of keeping the members of Firefox at this one level of advantage. And the thing is, their champions are actually kind of coming into their own right now. Gwynsu's coming in and being built by GP. Question the effectiveness of that against an Infinity Edge. But nonetheless, I'm not the GP player, so the only thing I know about GP is you build Trinity Force, and then after that, you hope that you're winning. But that being said, when it comes to this bottom lane, though, they really need to actually stop trying to engage on targets and just start peeling for Vayne and Nami. The flip side of that is also true. Jinx needs money right now. Jinx is cash starved right now. She's playing in the mid game. Oh my goodness. Annie, ooh, the cannon shot by Madam Jinx will take down the already low health Annie. Annie is just not having a good game right now. But as said before, that's one of the things. You need to give some money onto Jinx, because Jinx against Vayne is going to be the primary defense against that. That's always been consistently the primary defense. Now, given the changes to stealth, that may be very much different right now. Oh, Kha'Zix in a very ugly position right now. Will pop the E, but that'll be Command Shockwave onto Vayne. Will flash the wall and trying to get the kill on the Kha'Zix, but Kha'Zix's isolation bonus and Q will make it so that he eats a little bit of crap right there. All up with Ragnarok trying to do what he can. He tries to go in, but decides against it. That'll be Kha'Zix, though, doing a lot of damage and forcing this Olaf to just start breathing through a tube and go to a complimentary gray screen. 18-9. This could very well either be a Baron or it could be a tower inhibitor. But they're going to be going for the Baron because they recognize that Olaf will not have any smite to actually execute it. And Vayne, the primary problem in this entirety of the game, the only one that's really doing any meaningful damage right now is dead. The only one that's up right now is GP and Annie. Annie came back from her hiatus in hell. She's going to come back. She's maybe doing a T-bomb. Will it be effective, though? With her items, I question that. She's going to be trying to build a Rylai's at this point. And maybe that will be effective. But the problem is, with what gold is she going to buy that Rylai's? And with what advantage is she going to be able to actually take that gold? Yes, she can farm. She's been having to try doing farm this entire game, but she's been shoved down by an Orianna that has superior damage to her in every possible way, and has only been getting bettered than her in every single possible way with the amount of damage that she has. She's at 3 items right now, and Annie's at 1 right now. Granted, they both have boots, but that doesn't count. your Giant's belt is not worth as much as a Zanya's at this point. The only thing that she can hope to do right now is get a great T-bomb and set it up for Vayne. They need to be playing around Vayne. That fight should not have happened in the way it did. She was separated, looking to get an easy kill on Kha'Zix, but at that point, it's warding and vision that comes into play, and they were not prepared at all for the collapse by the members of Firefox on this team. That being said, 18-9 with a 7K gold lead in favor of the members of Firefox. Doing what they can. Trying to do what they can, I should say. It's actually been quite an interesting game. Orianna coming in, looking to get the cheeky command shockwave. Won't find it. Just going to be backing up Ori. Ooh, Kha'Zix getting warded out. Well done, well done. 3 yellow wards, though, from GP, Orion, or rather GP, Olaf, and Annie on the part of literally anything else. They're looking to actually help with the warding alongside the Nami, which is rather admirable in all fairness, because yellow wards are incredibly strong. Great barrel by GP in order to limit some of this damage flow that is coming their way. Excellent job. The wave clear from literally anything else is rather good with GP and Annie at the forebear. Now, Olaf does have a few tank stats right now. He's managed to complete Cinder Hulk. He is trying to build what looks to be Runon's Hurricane right now, or not Runon's Hurricane, but the actual Randuin's Omen. Or maybe he's trying to go for DMP. Ooh, command shockwave coming big, but only on Annie. Annie will die latently to a Jinx. They managed to see that no actual targets were there so that they could take this, and it would be absolutely free. Zap will miss. They'll be continuing forward. Now they need that Tibber stun. Realistically, they need that to set up any form of advantage that Vayne would ever hope to actually have. Without that Tibber stun, it's going to be a very difficult game to actually play. Kha'Zix doing a lot of damage against the GP will manage to overblow the actual stun. Well, the actual jump will get out, but will be shut down by GP from the assistance of his turret. That could have gone a lot better, if I'm at all honest. In the words of, Miller and Webb, that's a bad miss. 10-20 with the members of literally falling behind somewhat. 7K gold lead. But that is the interesting thing that we have to note. The Baron power play is only about 500 gold right now. They only got 500 gold from that, or rather maybe 1,000 gold at most, from that actual play. They took the bottom lane turret. That is all they took with this Baron so far. And Baron is almost done. It's like done in the next 20 seconds. What have they done with this? I have to say that feels like a wasted Baron. But Dragon is going to be coming up right now. It's going to be a Mountain Drake. They haven't really been focusing any real attention on these Drakes right now. Ocean Drake and Mountain Drake being taken by the members of Firefox. Doing quite a bit of work. They look like they'll be taking this. This may be contested, but I fear that it won't be contested very well. Not by an Olaf. Not by this Olaf, at any rate. Ooh, Kha'Zix coming in with the smite. It's a foregone conclusion. That'll be double Mountain on top of an Ocean, which means these already existing neutral objectives are going to be that much easier to actually take down, which is impressive, to say the least. Because they've been taking these turrets down just the most swiftest way possible. So that being said, the question that we have to ask ourselves, I've been saying it all game, but how do you think that they have to win? How do you believe that literally wins this game? And I believe that it's just by peeling for your Vayne. Vayne has been kind of shut down into this situation that's not very, very optimal for them. And because of that, they've kind of had to play from a really ugly position. They've always had at least one part of their team, and their team has multiple tools that can give a very successful team fight. But they've just not been able to bring them to bear because they've either been dead or just gone. Runon's Hurricane has actually come out for Jinx. That's going to be rather big. Usually you build Runon's Hurricane first on Jinx as opposed to Infinity Edge, because Infinity Edge just doesn't give you that much. And Runon's Hurricane is such an impressive and important power spike. Kha'Zix in an ugly way. That's the T-bomb. Knocked up coming out from Nami, but he's still not dead. A lot of damage still going out. That'll be Valor, but the plant will get him out. And my God, they'll burn a lot of cooldowns. There's the GP ultimate, but the ulti from Kha'Zix matchup will give him the necessary movement speed to get out. Command Shockwave going out onto Annie. I question it, but the slow on Orianna is going to be good. Knock up from Olaf will go in. He's in, deep in, but a lot of damage. Vayne getting immediately shut down by the Kha'Zix. He's popping off. He's taking down the Olaf, taking down the Annie. He's going in deep on the Pirate. GP will shut him down with some burst, but will it be enough? Oh, no, from Olaf. From Jinx will be just doing a little bit of damage, but not effective enough damage. 23-11. 3 targets are down. This could very well be the end of this game right now. Kha'Zix is dead, but he is not the one that is pushing the most. He's the one that's diving the most, but not the one that's dealing the most. Orianna, though, with Command Shockwave in the next 15 seconds. Jinx, though, is a masterclass at destroying turrets like nobody else's business. They'll take that turret, they'll take the inhibitor, but they'll probably have to back off because in the next 5 seconds, Vayne, Annie, and Olaf will come up. Tipper's stun, whilst not as the scariest thing in this game right now, is still a very, very strong utility tool. My God, what a coup, and what a tactical retreat by that Kha'Zix in order to give the Orianna some level of time. I questioned the Command Shockwave onto the Annie. It gave them some time to actually do things, and it probably lulled the members of Literally into a false sense of security because they're like, we don't have to worry about Command Shockwave. The problem is, Orianna does so much damage already that it's absolutely ridiculous with simply Command Attack and Command Dissonance on top of the E-Shield, which gave Kha'Zix the necessary amount of DR to get 2 different kills and to assist with those 2 different kills. On top of the third one, he got shut down by GP, but even then, GP's always going to do that considering the level of damage that his Q can bring to bear at any given whim and time. But it's looking very difficult for Literally to actually take the win for them right now. This Baron is going to be scouted out right now, Vision being plopped down. Jinx and Janna will be following shortly afterward. No real Vision by Literally being put onto the map, except at some very key places. Oh, this could be very bad for Vayne. Command Shockwave going out on Orianna. Command Dissonance cleaning it up. Kha'Zix going in deep. Gonna make some sushi out of Nami, and my God, will it be effective. 25-11, that's 2 targets down. They cannot contest that Baron, not without their primary source of damage. GP is doing okay. He managed to build the Infinity Edge on top of the Yumus, but realistically, it's too little, too late right now. There'll be the GP ultimate, but Kha'Zix will, of course, execute it with the smite. 25-11 with a 10k gold lead on the members of Firefox. You know, this honestly, that reminds me of just when I used to play AD carry, where it's just, I feel that I have to make a play, and because you think you have to make a play, instead of playing patiently, you just kind of die because you roam a little bit too much than you really should. That being said, though, it looks really bad for Literally anything else. They're going to be making their final stand at this top lane turret. They have Baron minions coming up the way. GP's burst and GP's lane wave clear is actually rather impressive, which is allowing them to buy a little bit of time. But quite simply, Vayne has lost any form of advantage that she used to have. She hasn't completed any items in the past few minutes, but meanwhile, Jinx is just doing what she can and what she has to do in order to be the simple problem that she is capable of being. There'll be Jinx going in, looking to do a little bit more damage on the turret. It's not quite taken down. Orianna, though, maybe caught in an ugly position. Sion condemned against the wall. Will manage to do what he can against the Vayne, but Vayne is doing a tremendous amount of damage. Kha'Zix with the ultimate knock up from Nami will force him into a back pedal retreat, though the turret will go down by Vayne with the ultimate pop. Will have to try to do what damage she can. Tipper's bomb coming out, but Annie will immediately die. Tippers does not mean a damn thing because he doesn't do enough damage right there. Meanwhile, the inhibitor on the top lane will go down. They're down 2 inhibitors. They're just trying to save the day. No kills on Firefox from Literally anything else, but Literally loses their mid laner once more. She finally managed to build the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, but it almost feels too little too late because you have to look at levels at this point, and Annie is level 14 against everybody else being level 17 or 18, with the exception of Jinx, who's 15, and their support, who's level 13. That's absolutely ridiculous. The only one who is on an equal level with Firefox right now is GP because he's level 17 at that point. And he is 4-4-2. He's been doing what he can in the mid game. He didn't have a great top lane. He didn't have a great bottom lane. But realistically, this is a very difficult game for Literally anything else. But more importantly, I'm rather confused by Firefox. They've had the lead, but they've not really been taking the advantage of it until the last 5 minutes, where they've been pushing ahead with their advantage by taking down these important targets. I question I question their ability to close out games, which may be a problem in further games, because as we could probably assume, this may be most likely their game at this point. It just requires one single push. I don't quite understand what they're trying to do beyond BMing and trying to buy an Infinity Edge onto Janna or something similarly as idiotic. That being said, though, this team composition has worked very well for them. They've done what they wanted to do. They've killed off important targets, and they've made it so that other targets just cannot manage to deal with their effectiveness. So mad props to them, but the question at hand is, will they be able to finish out this game without throwing? And who knows? It's just going to require another assassination by Kha'Zix probably. But looking at where everybody is on the map for literally anything else, that could be relatively simple. They'll be pushing down this bot lane turret. The mid inhibitor may be going down very, very quickly. Vayne trying to mate up and going over to Kha'Zix. Ultimate from Jinx will just be there to do a little bit of damage aggressively. Blue turret going down. Kha'Zix still warding off multiple members of the team because they're very, very scared of the 14 and 5. Sion in the back line. That's going to be Olaf trying to do something in the back line as well, but he will be completely rebuffed right there. Support item going down from the Valorous. Will not manage to do a damn thing. Command Shockwave and the pop on the Vayne will be just as good. Unfortunate that it looks like both turrets are going down. Gangplank is dead. Vayne is dead. It has just been an absolute coup. Well done by Firefox. They'll be continuing with a 1-0 lead. Well done, Firefox. Well done. Now, as I like to do whenever I stream, I would like to give you an MVP for the game properly. And I would like to actually say that the MVP for that game was going to be Kha'Zix, due to some actually rather impressive assassination setups, along with Orianna. It's actually rather tied for me, because of the fact that Orianna was just making sure that this Annie was literally able to do nothing else in this game beyond die and go on a suboptimal path of itemization. It was rather impressive, and I give absolute props to Firefox for doing what they needed to do. Meanwhile, on the flip side of things, I really genuinely enjoyed how Literally played. I believe that they played rather well, and I give mad props to their AD carry for taking advantage of some very, very crucial screw-ups by Firefox in the early parts and the mid part of that game. And if I say this right now, and I say this knowing what it means, if Firefox plays it the way that they do, especially at this level, because we don't have bad players here at the Winter Wonderland, if they play at that similar level continuing through this game, and if they make some crucial mess-ups when they're ahead in such a large margin, this could be potentially destructive and damaging to them in such a ridiculous degree that they may have to fear for themselves going further into this tournament. So, but nonetheless, I'll honorable mention another tie between GP and Vayne. They kind of tagged off effectively between each other. Vayne handled the early and mid game, whilst GP tried doing what he could in the in the late through mid game as well. And I only feel that if literally anything else was able to actually like do a little bit more jungle pressure with their Olaf, and was able to do a little bit more, give a little bit more assistance to their Vayne, give a little bit more peel or something to that effect, then maybe that game could have gone vastly different than it actually did. But it didn't, and that being said, we are going to be going into the second round. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break, so please don't touch the keyboard, don't touch the mouse, don't touch Facebook. We will be right back after a little bit of a break. See you in a bit, folks. And this has been Winter Wonderland on the 19th of November.
time I was lost. In the darkest place you were waiting there to find. They will not forget us in this broken silence. We will rise up to the light. Oh, we found, we found, we found. Oh, we found, we found, we found. Oh, we found, we found. Feels like we're lost in a way. More than anything, we found a place to belong. We found color in the shadows, deep in the heart of a maze. Now this is everything. We found a new way to love. We found color in the shadows. We found color in the shadows. Yeah, we found color in the, we found color in the, we found color in the shadows. I'm ready now to face the climb and let it all out. You've woken up the river inside. I thought all of this time I was lost, and in the darkest place you were waiting there to find.
about that, lads. Welcome back. It is the Darude LANstorm 2016. We're going into the second game, and I do have a bit of an apology to make. The entirety of the last game, we were casting literally anything else versus Firefox, and I had actually assumed that due to the Firefox 509 being his name was Firefox, I assumed that they were actually Firefox. But that entire game, Firefox was actually literally anything else, and literally anything else was actually Firefox. So, literally anything else came through with a victory for themselves. So good job, them. That being said, we are going to be going into a matchup. Yeah, it looks like maybe they actually did they missed one of their bands. And that's Master E coming out of bed. I actually not managed to go through it. It is literally anything else versus Team 8. Now, it's good. They have been doing decently well this year. So I hope that they actually get their stuff. But I the minimal amount of information that I've But as it were, looking into what they do, it looks like there may be a yeah, no, it will also allow us to turn that damn music down a bit. Alright, Twitch 10, coming up live. Coming for the Master Yi band. Everybody, up the classic big band. For anybody to actually have to deal with it. And I am just the worst streamer in the entirety of the world. The client noise is incredibly loud, I recognize that. The microphone is set to a bit away, and my god, is just everything terrible right now in the second one. My bad, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't hear anything else last game, literally anything else was actually Firefox, and Firefox was actually literally anything else. Literally anything else won the last game, not Firefox. It's been an utter disaster. So everything that I said about literally anything else, Firefox has to do it. Everything I said about the Firefox, you get the point. That being said, it is literally anything versus Team 8, literally anything on blue side. My god, those sounds from the client are absolutely ear-shattering at this point. Hecarim, though, coming out as the first pick in the top lane by Firefox 509, followed by a Rengar and a Cho'Gath coming out from Team 8. Rengar, an incredible champion right now. He doesn't have actual CC affecting him right now. He has a massive amount of burst as well. And Cho'Gath coming out as a top laner. You don't actually see a lot of Cho'Gath anymore, considering the fact is that Cho'Gath is an incredibly strong champion, but he is so just utterly trashed by Gnar. And since Gnar's still in the meta, Cho'Gath's always going to be doing a little bit worse, because what top laner is ever going to allow a Cho'Gath to get into a ridiculous degree? My apologies. Jinx and Orianna coming out from the secondary picks on blue side. Now, Jinx is a very strong champion, to be brutally fair. But we're actually going to turn the lamp down a little bit. My apologies. The Jinx is a very strong champion. We didn't really get to see a lot of Jinx in the last game. My god, that music is loud. Orianna coming out as the secondary pick. Orianna was just an incredible component of the last game's victory. Next to the Jinx's personal pushing style, though we haven't really been able to see much of Jinx go to work this time around, due to the fact that in the last game she wasn't able to do anything due to some very good play by the Vayne, by the previous Vayne. Coming out in other picks, we have Victor and Blitzcrank. Victor and Blitzcrank. Victor is still one of the few champions in this patch that can actually deal with assassins in a relatively simple manner. But the simple problem is that Victor's damage is entirely dependent on where you are in the actual game. If Victor's not doing very well in the game, then Victor is just not very good. He's always going to have amazing utility, though, which is why they picked Victor over, say, someone like, I don't know, Annie in the previous game. Because Victor is able to do more than every single fourth spell. Victor's able to do what he can, what he wants, what he should. Blitzcrank, though, I question this. Blitzcrank is not a good champion in the game. Blitzcrank is, in fact, a champion that is so heavily dependent on his Q because he gets an ultimate at level 1. And if any champion, if any grouping of people are even relatively decent at dodging a Q, then for the most part, the game is going to be over. All it takes, to be fair, is one Q at the very beginning of the game to solve anybody's problems. Now, the effectiveness of a Blitzcrank Q is kind of variable to the situation, depending on how many people that you have around you, depending on what you can actually bring to bear, and because of that, Blitzcrank's a very difficult champion to talk about and a very difficult champion to actually do. That being said, I think that any other aggressive support is better, in all fairness. I think that Nami is hand and shoulders better than and above Blitzcrank, along with Zyra, along with Bard, because of the sheer amount of utility that they're able to bring back at range, on top of being able to do just an incredible amount of damage, which is why you take Blitzcrank most of the time. You take him for the ultimate, you take him for the Q, you take him for all that stuff, but realistically, Nami can do the same thing, and so can Zyra. But enough about that. From the support pick being picked up, and along with the top lane pick being picked up for literally anything else, we have Sion, and we have Janna. We saw Janna to great effect in the previous actual engagement, and then we saw Sion do some incredible work in that last game, whilst being a nuisance, but not being a great big nuisance, not being an incredible problem. And because he wasn't that big of an issue, I question what they'll be able to do in this game. Simply because of the fact that if he's not able to do that much work, then this Cho'Gath will manage to shove him down. Really, it's these aggressive carries that makes it so that Cho'Gath does not become the utter problem that he always can be. If Sion can do that, fine. If he can't, then, well, he can't. Coming out, though, from the AD carry pick from Teammate is Tristana. Tristana is historically a champion that has done very well, regardless of patch. She just has her ebbs and her flows, her ebbs and tides, and realistically, this champion is a very, very good pick for the members of Teammate. That being said, will it be good here? This bottom lane is very much dependent on Blitzcrank doing one thing and one thing only, and that's landing a hook. If what she can do, what Tristana can do, is make it so that it is an utter disaster, an utter tribulation to actually have to farm underneath turret, which if she manages to do that, more power to her. Because that means that she's going to be able to do far more work than anybody could have possibly believed that she could have done. Now, the thing is that you have to take into account that Janna is going to make it so that you cannot get your damage to bear, that you are not going to be able to do what you want at any single given point in this game. And because of that, what's going to happen in this game? That's the question. What is going to happen? And I believe, in all fairness, that this could go either way. But looking at these team compositions, you have a Cho'Gath, you have a Rengar, you have a Victor, you have a Tristana, and you have a Blitzcrank. That says one thing to me and one thing only. That you really want to kill one person, and you really want to make it so that you have the pick composition. Meanwhile, on the flip side, with your Sion pick, with your Jinx pick, with your Janna pick, with your little Orianna pick and your Hecarim pick, it's effectively the exact same team composition that we saw from the last game brought back to this game, with the exception of the Kha'Zix because he was banned out. Will that be effective? That can only remains to be seen. But I honestly believe that it could be very effective, considering the fact is that Hecarim is a very strong champion after he's built his Trinity Force. Before then, he's okay, but he's not that great. But that being said, I will say this. Looking at these team compositions, I feel that the ability to team fight is in the hands of literally anything else versus Team 8. Team 8 is just not able to do what they really want to do, I don't feel, without some prior extenuating circumstances. That's not to say I'm putting them down. That's just to say I disrespect the Rengar pick because Rengar is incredibly strong and it almost feels like cheating right now. To be fair, to be frank at this point. That being said, well, just waiting for the game to come in. Looking at some of these actual choices, Cho'Gath going with Colossus and Blitzcrank going with Colossus as well, alongside Hecarim's Colossus and Sion's Colossus. Two of them apiece. We have Warlord's Bloodlust coming in from Jinx, which is surprising because normally only high elo players actually take Warlord's Bloodlust. So it's a surprise, in all fairness, to see someone actually take that Keystone Mastery in an elo balanced game, because I don't know what elo these people are at. I genuinely, I know a rough approximation that literally anything else is around gold 2, but that being said, I have no idea where the members of the teammate are at. But that being said, the game is going to begin. Second round between literally anything else and teammate, looking to do what they can, looking to do a lot of damage to the enemy team, and they're grouping up as 5 in order to possibly bait the early invade. But, ooh, this could be ugly right there. There's Blitzcrank in an ugly manner. That's going to be the reveal by Janna. Flash, though, by Blitzcrank will get them out. That'll be the W picked up by Tristana. That'll lure her burst in the early parts of the game. Flashes from 2 sides. That is very bad. Or flashes only from the Blitzcrank and forcing the actual skill up by Tristana. If you can hit level 2 on Jinx and Janna, you still won't be able to do anything because it's Jinx and Janna, but you'll be able to try to do something. The ward from Blitzcrank will be there. They'll know that Hecarim is doing his red buff, which means they'll be trying to take the blue buff of him, which means that Hecarim will have to be relatively afraid once he gets to his blue buff, but he won't know that. Only the Rengo will know that. Knife Cat himself coming out big, doing what he wants. That being said, what can we expect to see from this game? What needs to happen in order to win this game? Obviously, Rengo is going to have to cull the herd a little bit and do what he can in order to do some damage. Meanwhile, Hecarim is going to have to do some ganking. Hecarim's going to have to do some ganking. Oh, this could be very, very bad. Not quite Blitzcrank. But the jungle monsters will go to their respective junglers. It looks like Rengar is not going to be doing the camp out over at the blue buff. He's going to be going to his own blue buff instead, which is questionable, but it's okay. Everybody does things a little bit differently, as we all know. That being said, 3.1, 2.9, they're already taking a little bit of a gold lead, which is impressive to say the least. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. Getting back the scoreboard, doing what I can to make it as pretty as possible. There we go. Now, welcome to all 10 of you. Oh my goodness, the hook from Jinx, or rather from Blitzcrank, will go on to the Jinx. Jinx will take a little bit of damage that she really did not have to take. But welcome all 10 of you to the actual Twitch chat. Welcome to Darude LANstorm. We are excited as ever to have you grace this little adventure of little nightmares and awesome. That being said, if you have just joined us, it's literally anything else versus teammate. And my god, should it be an interesting game already. Orianna up ahead by 6 farm, an entire minion wave against Victor, which is scary to say the least, especially when a mid laner is already in that position. Blitzcrank with the hook. I was talking mad crap about the Blitzcrank pull, but my god, the heal being baited out by the members of teammate. Excellent job from their bottom lane position. No exhaust and no flash onto this Janna any longer. That's very bad. No heal on Jinx. This could be horrible for the members of literally anything else. This is not the same. Well, this is not Vayne. I mean, to be fair, they didn't do well against the Vayne in the last game, to be perfectly honest with you. The only difference was that Vayne did not take advantage of the bot lane's relative weakness against them, and because of that, they were allowed to do and come back to do rather decent work. They were able to play in the mid and late game rather well, in all fairness. Hecarim, though, in an ugly position from this Rengar. Sion's coming up in order to help out his friend, but so is Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath has no mana. Will the first blood come out? Yes, it will to Knife Cat. Knife Cat taking it up. Sion, though, in an ugly position, trying to get what he could onto the Rengar, but Rengar says that I want to hurt you. And Rengar is going in with the basic attack onto the ward. Probably a misclick, in all fairness. Knock-up going out onto Rengar will get the shield onto Sion, making it that much more of a pain in the ass to kill him. Colossus is just getting so nerfed in the next patch. That has to happen at this point. Though whether or not they'll do it, what they did to it's almost like preseason 6, really, effectively. If you all remember, it was just the League of Thunderlords back then. Now it's the League of Colossus. The Shadow of the Colossus, if I was feeling particularly witty, which I'm not, because that's a terrible joke. 0-1 with 300 gold lead. 300 gold, which is actually rather novel because of the fact that they were first blood is 400 effectively. So, well, who knows, in all fairness. I will say this, literally anything else is farming infinitely better than the members of Teammate in both their top and middle lanes. However, they are not taking advantage of that fact from their bottom lane, where the Tristana is just doing quite a bit of work against this Jinx, which was the name of the game in the last game, in all fairness. I have to think that this is a position, this is a person that is filling a position that he's not so much familiar with, but that other positions were filled and there are other people are more familiar with it. But there's going to be Sion just continuously making it so that this Cho'Gath can't really play League of Legends as well as he would want to. Blitzcrank is very scary with the hook, not quite successful. There will be a tower splash. And right now, in an ugly position for the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Sion just making it so that this Hecarim, this Cho'Gath not doing what he wants to do. Cho'Gath in an ugly way right now. Will probably have to burn Flash. That'll be the Rengar, though, coming in. Ultimate from Sion. Choo-choo from hell. Straight back to it. Getting the kill on the Xenomorph. Cho'Gath going the way of the Dodo. They're going to be the hook from Blitzcrank going on to Janna. Janna no sums right now. Massive bullets, though, from Tristana. Don't know where she's firing right now, though. She's going back. Very poor farming right there. Hecarim, though, coming in, looking to get the kill onto the Blitzcrank. Blitzcrank will have to flash if he had it, and he doesn't use it. Unfortunate that 2-1 going over to, though, literally anything else. That'll be the easiest W in the world for Tristana. Don't quite know what she's trying to do. The plant will come out big. Yes, it will, but will Hecarim burn the flash in order to get the kill onto the Tristana? Heel bait coming out big. There's going to be the big burst, though, from Hecarim. Will die, give a little bit of gold to the rest of the team, but will come out big with 2 kills and force the bottom lane into a trade that was not optimal for them. Granted, Tristana is going to come back with a kill versus the assist on the Jinx. Jinx does have half of the CS that Tristana does, so it's not a good day for her. But that being said, it's still a decent thing where both laners are dead. So you can say that, right? I think you can say that effectively enough. But I don't know. It's a very odd position to be in where kills just don't mean a damn thing sometimes. But CS is a big thing, and CS is what Orianna has in spades over this Victor. Up by 18, or up by previous 18, now it's 16. My God, is she able to bring that stuff to bear. That's almost 3 minion waves. Meanwhile, Sion up by 16, or rather by 17 in the top lane over the Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath trying to build the Catalyst. Couldn't quite build it when he came back after the death from the ultimate from Sion. The unstoppable force. No. That's the ultimate from Malphite, I believe. Oh, it could be different. 3-2, though. 11.4 to 11.2. They have eked out a lead of about 300 gold on the members of the literally anything else against Teammate. But Teammate's still kind of holding their own. You have Rango doing what he can. He's not really doing a whole heck of a lot right now in this game, which is somewhat saddening. I was expecting a fair bit more from a jungler like Rango, who is very, very strong at almost all the parts of the game. Though that could be very much a question of not being as informed of the champion. There'll be the hook, though, coming in from Meta Blitzcrank. The flash coming out straight on to Janna. Janna living by an E, just an iota of health. Giving the flash over from Jinx. Jinx at 27 farm against the 59 that is in the coffers of Tristana. That, my ladies and gentlemen, is a scary thing, in all fairness. Cho'Gath, though, eating through his straw. There will be the ultimate from Sion, and the smackdown will show him the way to the garbage bin. That'll be 2 up on Sion against this Cho'Gath, who's still struggling to build Catalyst and Rod of Ages. Questionable, given the scenario. That's going to be the immediate command shockwave, and the cleanup from Hecarim will give Hecarim another kill from Victor, and an assist to Orianna. Very well done. very, very well microed. There'll be the immediate hook, Blitzcrank. The damage is insane. The exhaust not going to do what they wanted it to do, and will give Blitzcrank a kill over the Tristana, forcing Janna back home in, well, not in a good way. However, no first turret for the members of this team. There will be the immediate knockback. Rengar in an ugly position. Ultimate from Hecarim will give them a nice little kill. And they are really shoving it down. Hecarim with a lot of damage right now, building quite a few of the pieces of Trinity Force. Going to probably be able to go home, pick up the Sheen, and do just that much more damage. My God, was that just rather impressive, and ugly too. Rengar, I don't think, was expecting the amount of damage that was brought to bear against him by that Hecarim, which was just impressive. 6-3 with a 1.3k gold lead in favor of the members of literally anything else. If I can continue saying the word, the article as it is. There it's going to be, though, a fair bit of a Canyon minion. 86 farm on Orianna against the 70 on Victor. 74 on Sion against 50 on Cho'Gath. They're just farming very, very well against this enemy team. Meanwhile, though, in the bottom lane, Tristana just doing a masterclass of work against this Jinx right now. Hecarim abandoning the Scuttle Crab because it's just not worth it. There will be the hook picked up. Hecarim in an ugly position right now. No ultimate, but the execute from Tristana coming out and bringing him live. I regret talking as much crap as I did about Blitzcrank in the previous game, in the Champion Select, because my goodness, is he coming up big, let's just say. I question the effectiveness of doing that from a Jinx who has historically not been able to dodge these hooks very well. That being said, 6-4. They're still doing what they can. That'll be the ultimate from Jinx. A little bit late, but nonetheless, good offering. That'll be the actual Ocean Drake being picked up by the members of Team 8, which is rather good, considering the fact is that Ocean Drake will mean a lot to this Cho'Gath, who needs that regeneration because Sion is just whittling him down in an ugly manner at this point. And you really just want any form of regeneration you want, especially against when you're playing that kind of like pork chop fight, the wet noodle fight between both targets, because you just do so little damage as it is that any little bit of regeneration means a heck of a lot. Meanwhile, though, 86 farm to 35 in the bottom lane with Tristana and Jinx. It's kind of sad, in all fairness. Meanwhile, there's the hook from Blitzcrank, not quite managing to meet it. There will be the immediate ghost and damage by Hecarim. They're looking for the kill, not quite giving it over to Sion, but giving it over in the last instant. Excellently done by the members of literally anything else. Excellent ganks by this Hecarim. He's got 4-3 for a 3-0 on Sion and an 0-2 on Orianna. The only one who's really kind of lost it a fair bit is Hecarim from the relentless dives that he's been doing, in all fairness. But from there, you also have the Janna, who's died in a rather ugly torrent of support damage. That'll be the Jinx coming out. No flash because she just didn't have time to die. She just didn't have time after that in order to die, which is sad in its own way. It looks like, though, because of the lack of actual contesting right there, it feels like this bottom lane is going to be able to pick up the first turret bonus, which would be absolutely just ridiculous on them. Considering the fact of the matter is that these team compositions, not these team compositions, but this Tristana is already so far ahead that this means that this champion will be even more far ahead. She's going to be building the Zeal. She's going to probably be going for the Runon's Hurricane first, which is one of the strongest builds that you can do on an 80 carry right now. Meanwhile, it's just pickaxe and business as usual right now for the Jinx. She's building a dagger right now, probably to go into the Berserker's Graves. If she was going into Zeal, that would be something completely different. Maybe it would be arguably better, but it doesn't look like she will be doing that. But nonetheless, excellent play by the Tristana. They've opened up the map a little bit. They can ward deeper into the bottom lane of the enemy jungle, which gives them a little bit more control over the actual Baron. Unfortunate that Rengar took the blue buff from the Victor after he tried helping. Flash from Orianna will get her out of a Blitzcrank hook, but gives this Victor a fair amount of stuff. The command shockwave coming out, but the flash from Victor will answer as well. That'll be Hecarim. He's still trying to do a lot of stuff. He doesn't quite have the emitter bits of the Trinity Force. The Jinx Rocket, though, will take down the actual matting damage of the Blitzcrank. However, Tristana is just popping off right now, taking off another kill onto this Orianna and doing quite a bit of work at that. Will build not the Runon's Hurricane, but the Fire Cannon, which is something that we don't see nearly as often as we do the Hurricane or the Dancer or even the Shiv these days, simply by how it was nerfed. 4-1 though on her against the 46 farmed Jinx. Jinx is not in a good way once more. Orianna does die, but she didn't have really any streak to actually burn for her death, which is rather good considering the fact of the matter. But that being said, it is rather integral for these targets to do what they can effectively. Victor really needs to start doing a little bit more work, considering I recognize that it's an Orianna, but the Orianna is very much a champion that relies on playing very much from behind, and if you can't stop that as your mid laner, then you are just giving her time to start popping off once more. Blitzcrank taking most of his damage from the command attack dissonance combination by Orianna will put her in a good spot. Most of the gold lead from the turret has actually kind of been whittled down from superior farming techniques by both Hecarim and Sion alongside the Orianna. No gold has actually gone into the coffers of this Jinx, which is rather sad, and it's rather problematic for the members of Literally Anything Else because they're not going to be able to do what they want to do come the ending of these fights. She does have a kill from a great execution from her rocket, but really, will that do anything? That's the question. Hold on. Hello. Now, that being said, 8-6 with 24.5 on the part of the members of Team 8. They are behind in kills, but they are up ahead in gold. And as we know, it's an economist dream in League of Legends, and the pop on Orianna will seal that particular deal. My goodness. They cannot contest this turret, not with the amount of gold and damage that they have to be able to bring to bear. Blitzcrank will be taking quite a bit of damage in all fairness. Chaos Storm will take Jinx down straight to the Paradise City, straight in hell on a complimentary ticket to the fountain. Unfortunate that they are now balanced in kills, so they really didn't feel, I think, very nice about being behind in kills on that. Literally anything else kind of suffering right now. They're behind in turret kills. They're behind in actual champion kills. There's a massive roam from Rengar in the top lane. Sion is in an unfortunate position right now. Will bring the ultimate to get out of that situation post-haste, which is rather the most effective thing that they can do. Hecarim, though, going in, looking to do what he can, will completely stave off the offense against this Blitzcrank because he is rather terrified of what is happening. Sion, though, the man on the hill, doing what he can possibly do in this situation. Trying to stop the enemy at the gates, trying to make it so that nobody goes further. But the Tristana pushing power is not to be underestimated. Considering this could be very bad. Chaos Gravity Storm coming out. Command Shockwave not quite managing to meet the Hecarim, but Hecarim will continuously doing helicopter damage like it's Earth. And my God, was the damage on that Victor bad. But a cataclysmic showdown's about to show up because my goodness, they were about to show up. I thought for a single second there that the members of Team 8 were about to engage in a duel, and a brawl with Literally Anything Else in the middle lane, but I was wrong. They weren't going to do that because that's bronze, and they shouldn't do that. And I shouldn't be casting bronze. I should be casting proper techniques worthy of song and tale. And that wasn't it whatsoever. That being said, mid lane, Orianna trying to take down the first turret, or trying to take down not quite the first turret, but one of the turrets. I believe this would be turret numero 3. Sion managed to hold out the first lane rather well. Orianna in an ugly position right now. Rengar taking a lot of damage and doing a lot of damage to that Orianna. Will secure the kill alongside the Blitzcrank ultimate. With Tristana damage just thrown in, you can't really escape from that, especially with the gold totals as they are right now. Literally Anything Else in a very bad position right now. They're behind by 2k gold, which is not the largest gulf I've ever seen, but they are not playing as well as they could have possibly done against these compositions. That'll be the rocket from Jinx, not quite managing to execute the dragon, but bringing Mr. Rengar down to a certain level. Rengar, we haven't actually been able to talk and see about Rengar's CC just cleanse effectively, which I question, understandably. It's just a free Quicksilver on a champion, which I thought that they were going to be stopping doing that at Riot, but apparently not. It's It's in season, let's just say. Cho'Gath and Scion fighting. This is like the duel from Star Trek, effectively, between Captain Kirk and somebody else, because nothing's happening and it's boring as hell. But that being said, top lane, Tristana and Hecarim are going into the top lane in order to stop and see what they can do about this stalemate. There's Hill. There he goes. Managed to do some interesting thing with the animation, and the plant coming out big for Hecarim, knocking away the Rengar and giving himself a little bit more time. Hecarim in an ugly position right now from the Blitzcrank. No actual hook being done. Will get stunned by Gravity Field. Not quite. There's Blitzcrank, though, looking to do what he can in the back line. Massive fear from Hecarim. There's going to be the Janna ultimate, displacing everything. Orianna with no command shockwave yet. No targets down, but the Choo-Choo is coming down. Misses right at the last minute, though. Scion not quite getting it, but will get hooked in by Blitzcrank. He's now got them right where he wants to. No actual Colossus being procced because he doesn't proc the hard CC. Unfortunate that no targets down, just a lot of ultimates burned. 9-9. 31.6 to 29.6. It's still a 2K gold lead. But does that, like the question I have to you, Twitch, do you believe that literally anything else can come back from this? I mean, certain targets are fed in such a way that it will be very, very difficult, I believe. I mean, in all honesty, you have a 5-3 Hecarim who's not really been able to do much. He does have a completed Trinity Force, and he does have Ninja Tabby, which will help considerably against the Rengar and the Tristana, but this Scion is in such an ugly way right now. The sheer amount of resistances that he has are great and all, but he's still not dead. My goodness, what in the name of God? Well, as we now know, Tristana, theoretically good at tank busting, not quite good at Scion busting, I suppose. He's an entire quality in and of itself. Turret going down by the members of literally anything else. Chaos Storm following in against the Orianna. Ghost being popped in order to dodge away from it will be effective, but will unfortunately burn the flash as well to get out of it. Jinx, well, burning her flash as well. Chaos Storm, rather laser beams coming out big. Nope, just everything else. 34.1 to 31.8. Tristana trying to front line once more, but realistically she knows she can because these members have to be in open retreat because the damage is just so terrifying on the part of Team 8. They cannot hope to deal with the damage that they think that they can deal with right now. And realistically, at what point are you going to say to themselves, oh yeah, no, let's fight the Fed, Tristana. Let's fight the Fed. Actual, not even fed. These champions are not fed. That's the thing. When you look at these gold totals, oh, Hecarim coming up big and shutting down the Tristana with Orianna coming out big. Choo-choo! And it's no big on the stun, but it's going in big on the on the Hecarim. Hecarim doing what he can on the Cho'Gath, taking the kill with the ultimate, and there's Hecarim doing what more he can. My Little Pony coming out big with the E relentless charge, going big on these targets. They're looking to make what looks to be a Baron play. They've taken down both Tristana and they've taken down Cho'Gath. This could be very much a good Baron play. They have full warded coverage, kind of, not really, but they do have to worry about the Rengar steal. There's going to be Gravity Field coming out from Victor. A lot of damage. This AoE field is just prime material for that Victor to do what he wants at his command. Blitzcrank coming out big, managing to get the Jinx. Jinx running away still considerably. No damage being able to burn the Bear, but they're going to take it off the Baron. Hecarim, though, coming out big, wants to kill this Blitzcrank like no one else's business. Helicopters for days and will take down the Cyborg. They're going to go down, though. Nothing else on to Victor and Rengar. They were taken off the Baron. Baron was relatively low. And I'll say this, I will take Blitzcrank's death over having the enemy team not get the Baron, especially when they're behind, especially when you made a big throw like that in the middle lane. 12 to 10, 35.3 to 36.1. Less than a K gold lead, actually. Very, very bad. Turret going down. Turret looks to be going down, actually, by Hecarim, but Hecarim is managing to make it so that you cannot do this. Cho'Gath just slowed forever. Knockup from Scion will actually give him the actual ability to get out of there. And will give Scion the kill. Hecarim, though, going in deep, really wants to kill this Tristana. Very much far ahead. Fear coming out big. And the command shockwave will give Orianna the kill onto that Tristana. Rengar shortly following after from the Scion. Sheer damage. This will be a Baron. That's 4 down. Victor's the only one that can contest it, and he's still in base at this point. Now, that was quite the throw. They kind of threw themselves into a very, very vast overextension that should not have happened whatsoever. Literally anything else, taking advantage of the fact that their Tristana is the fettest, rather, that their Hecarim is the fettest thing this side of the World Chaos Storm, coming up big, but the Smite coming up a little bit bigger. That was rather unfortunate, if I'm at all honest. That was rather unfortunate by the members of the Team 8 because they just gave a massive advantage to literally anything else when they were very much ahead. Granted, they weren't far ahead on many champions. They were far ahead on Tristana and on Victor somewhat. But that being said, you can carry a game with a mid laner and your 80 carries being the most fed things in the history of the game and on this particular map. But they weren't. They allowed this Hecarim to do whatever the hell he wants. They're not respecting the Hecarim damage, nor the Scion's ability to get into the fight and live forever. And realistically, if you're not doing that, then you have a lot of problems on your hands. Ocean Drake coming out big. That'll be 3 Ocean Drakes going over to the members of Team 8. Now, I don't know about you. A lot of people like to talk a lot of trash about Ocean Drake. But realistically, Ocean Drake, that amount of regeneration is absolutely insane. Let's be honest. 12% every odd seconds is just good. It's always going to be good. Scion, though, in an ugly position against this Rengar. Rengar not quite going for the kill because tanks are scary. Knockup will not come out big, which means Colossus not being generated. And Rengar is just going to retreat until he gets some help back. But it looks like he's not going to because Hecarim coming out big with an ultimate. The fear will come back in, but all Blitzcrank did was bring Hecarim into the middle of the enemy team. I don't know what the Tristana is doing, but she decided to frontline like nobody else's business. And Jinx picking up a kill. She's 69 farm down, but picking up her second kill of the game from an excellent amount of execution damage, and the rockets being just so big. She does have Infinity Edge, which means her crits are going to be doing quite a bit of damage, but does that really mean a damn thing? I would argue no. Really, all of this feels is just doled kills from the Hecarim. Meanwhile, Scion in the top lane, going to be building a ZZ Rod pretty soon, getting ganked by 3 different champions. Still not dead yet. Getting knocked up by Cho'Gath, well, still managed to get Strength of the Colossus. That is a massive shield right now. Doesn't quite manage to burn it all the way down with all of the damage that they have. There will be Colossus Part 2 being generated alongside the W, which means massive damage. Rengar is having to actually run away like a scared being because of the fact that he can't actually deal with the fact that Scion is still not dead against 3 different champions. Cho'Gath trying to do what he can, only has a Rod of Ages to do something. Now here we are. We have Victor coming in. Victor has damage. Will Victor bring his damage to bear? No, but instead Cho'Gath will die from a W from Mr. Scion. Scion going to work right now. Scion just rebuffed a complete and utter gank that was with 4 different champions and showed them why Scion is Scion. And in all fairness, that was pretty bad. I'm going to be honest with you, teammate. That could have been played a lot better. They basically sent about 4 different beefcakes up to the top lane that all did not know how to lift. They just knew how to pose, and they posed their best, but their best just isn't quite good enough against like 2 tons of steel and anger and Terminator vengeance. Yeah, that joke just lost us 3 viewers on Twitch. Nice. 18-10 right now. The Baron power play is absolutely insane, though, from the members of literally anything else, because of the fact that they were able to take it off the map. On top of the fact that their team fighting is just better. In all fairness, because Hecarim knows what needs to be done. He knows what target needs to be singled out, and they single out these targets. The only thing that's a problem for literally anything else is that their Jinx is doing relatively. She's doing okay with regards to her choppers, but she's not really doing anything else. And because she's not doing anything else, you're down a champion effectively at that. She's supposed to be a large source of damage. She's only now building a recurve bow into what hopes to be the Runon's Hurricane. Flash from Blitzcrank will not manage to get the hook out on to Hecarim. Hecarim just kind of being a troll right now, in all fairness. He has a massive amount of health right now because he's doing a massive amount of damage from the Trinity Force. And it's quite difficult to say anything against him from what he's able to do. Now, Scion, though, in the bottom lane now, pushing hard with the ZZ Rot at his command. Janna, though, with more DR than God, at this point. Scion, though, still not dead. Will manage to proc the shield and the Q. Blitzcrank, though, on the side, looking to do something. Realistically, there's going to be Scion, though. He's playing against a Tristana right now. Tristana in an ugly position. That'll be the ultimate from Jinx coming out leg, and it will be given good. There's going to be Hecarim, though, with the ultimate onto Rengar. Will manage to take it down. Scion cleaning it up onto both Rengar and Cho'Gath, but Victor, and rather Blitzcrank coming out soon. Victor with the Chaos Storm attempting to manage to cull something in between everything else, but it's not rather doing anything for them. That was rather problematic. Their mid lane was just not able to bring their damage to bear when the rest of their members were not dead. Unfortunate that, but 2 inhibitors going down. This could very easily be game right now. Victor trying to do what he can. They're going to be going for the 3rd lane inhibitor, the top lane at this point. And that is a very scary thing indeed. They can team fight better than teammate, and they can also push lanes a lot better because Scion is just not dying. They have built, the only thing that they've built right now to combat him is the Giant Slayer. They have no Liagi's Torment because you can't build that on Victor, otherwise you are just shooting yourself in the foot, in all honesty. So you try to copy that with damage. They have some level of armor penetration coming out from Rengar, but it's realistically too late because Rengar should have been doing a lot more in the early game, but unfortunately he squandered those opportunities, and Hecarim took advantage of them fully. You already know that Hecarim is going to do his red buff. So what you do is you camp out at his blue buff because he's going to be low, because Hecarim's clears in the early parts of the game are not exactly great. That's the easy way to actually counter the champion. You just make it so that at the point, in fact, where they're not the strongest thing in the world, oh, this could be very bad for Rengar. Lots of damage still going out. Hecarim doing what he can and will pop the flash on the Rengar in order to get him out. Cho'Gath doing a little bit of CC in order to make it so that you can't actually kill his friend. 22-10, and literally anything else is pulling this out. They'll be taking this Cloud Drake. This can't be contested, and even if it was, it would be the stupidest contestation I've ever seen in my history of casting this game. Meanwhile, though, everybody trying to do what they can. Looks like a full-on mid lane push with Scion in the top lane, and I really don't think that this is a bad idea whatsoever, considering that Scion apparently in the patch notes they just patched him that he can't die. There's Tristana, though, looking to help. Now he's being burned down effectively. Lord Dominic's regards just going out big right now. They're going to be looking for this Baron. No actual warding and coverage, which means this Baron is going to be free. They don't know that they're doing this until that blue ward dropped by the Tristana. Unfortunate that'll be the 2nd Baron going over to literally anything else. Teammate kind of struggling to actually have to deal with the damage that is at bear against them. 22-10, 12k gold lead in favor of literally anything else. The Orianna coming out big with the command shockwaves, the Scion not dying whatsoever. It would have really helped if he actually had an Ocean Drake right now because he would have been pushing that much better. But Hecarim coming up to help his friend, looking to do what they can against this Scion, rather against that Tristana. Blitzcrank, though, with the pull on the Jinx. Massive damage, will kill her and will force and pop the flash on the Jinx. Meanwhile, looks like some cataclysmic adventure in the top lane averted tremendously by the death, rather the premature death of the Jinx. 22-11 with literally anything else in the lead. All they really have to do is just push these lanes effectively. 2, 2, 2, force members to go to other parts of the actual area and force them to do what they can at that area, which realistically is not that much beyond just trying to wave clear. But then again, it is a Tristana. So right now, nothing going on. Hecarim in the middle lane doing what they can. A lot of damage still going on the Scion in an ugly way right now. That'll be Gravity Field, not quite getting the stun, but getting the slow. Tristana, though, with the big damage from Lord Dominic's regards. That is just tremendously destroying any chance Hecarim, or rather Scion, wants of getting these shields and of getting the regeneration. Oh, command shockwave coming out big, managing to force Tristana badly. Hecarim from behind, though, will take him down, and Blitzcrank following shortly afterward. The turret going down quite fast. Rengar doing what he can, but realistically, with what damage is he ever going to touch any one of these frontline targets? Meanwhile, Victor doing what he can from a tremendous standpoint. Hecarim with the ulti, engage on the E, will get a lot of damage down onto the Hecarim, will flash and ghost out. Then, my God, they're just popping him and plunging him like a balloon. The Knife Cat is in the air more than he's actually on the ground. Victor, though, with the laser beams looking to go inside. No Chaos Storm right there. Cho'Gath, though, dying. Gravity Field and Chaos Storm. I spoke too soon. Taking down the Jinx immediately, and the damage on Janna is absolutely insane. But this Nexus looks to be going down right now. Blitzcrank trying to do what he can in order to stop these targets. Gravity field onto Hecarim and Blitzcrank, making it so that they can't actually do. Tristana almost there to take down something. 26-14, and that will be a literally anything else victory. Excellent job by Team 8, however. Excellent job by Team 8 right there. But literally anything else, we'll take it with some superior macro play, if I say so myself. The macro play that was able to bring to bear, that he was able to bring to bear, that they were able to bring to bear, was just hands and shoulders above Team 8 at that point. They knew what they needed to do, and they knew how to actually be successful with it. That being said, in terms of MVPs, I will award the MVP for literally anything else to Sion. Sion was literally a problem that entire game. That game, he was in the top lane pushing, and he could not die. He was in the bottom lane pushing, and he could not die. Cho'Gath was absolutely useless that game, and I'm sorry to say that, realistically, because I genuinely love the champion. But this is why you don't pick Cho'Gath right now, because he's easily able to be bullied by even the slightest amount of jungle pressure, or if you're an aggressive AD carry in the top lane, or if you're an aggressive carry in the top lane like Gnar or like Fiora if she was still viable. But Sion was incredibly powerful that entire game. Honorable mention will, of course, go to Hecarim, considering the fact of the matter that he made it so that it was an utter nightmare to be even a microbe out of position. And good job on Hecarim for taking advantage of that. Meanwhile, on the flip side of things, Tristana will, of course, get my MVP for Team 8. She was able to do everything that she possibly needed to do in order to get ahead in that early game. And my goodness, she should be very, very proud of herself for being able to bring to bear what she needed to bring to bear. Excellent job, though, by both teams. But literally anything else, we'll take the win. We will be right back, however, with our third match. And please don't touch the keyboard, don't touch the mouse. We will see you soon. I've been Conan the Cleric, and this has been Darude LANstorm.
must fall. Now the time has come to turn and go into the darkness to meet whatever waits.
Sorry about that. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to LTW, the Darude LANstorm for this 19th of November, 2016. It is an absolute tribute to assist you today, and my goodness, we're coming in a little bit late, just about a minute and a half before our laning phases started, so no big loss there. But we are going to be watching one of our favorites. We've been following them through the entirety of the round robin. It is going to be literally anything on the, I believe it is, yes indeed, it is on the blue side, as ever, with a new competitor. A new challenger has appeared. They are the Fury of the Sands. Sadly, no Azier this game. He's not great. But we do have a Mumu, so we do our +1 for mummy references. And they are going to be on the red side. Fury of the Sands doing pretty well this actual tournament. But meanwhile, literally anything else, coming in as an underdog theoretically, but playing very, very well with each other, especially with some sheer power coming in from their top lane. And the Hackroom pick also being picked this time around in the secondary. Unfortunately, Caitlyn being completely, utterly messed up by that route from the Zyra. Looking at these team compositions, they are actually quite odd. We do have Scion and Hecarim as the two gainstays that we've seen consistently. Veigar being picked up as a secondary as their mid lane AP carry, which we haven't actually seen a lot of Veigar these days. Hecarim going in big, though, on this Karma. Karma in an ugly position right now with the flash, and the first blood going to Hecarim. Now, recognizably, that is a problem, but nonetheless, it is what it is. We've seen Hecarim. Hecarim's damage has actually been rather off the chain these days. I'm assuming his runes are somewhere between damage and more damage, not lethality, because it's a terrible stat right now. But in their bottom lane, completing out the trifecta and the quintuplet will be Madam Caitlyn along with a Janna. So basically a very, very safe lane coming them. I don't think that they were expecting a lot of stuff. Hecarim, though, coming in big, though, on to the Zyra, burning the flash. There's nothing else right there that they can theoretically do. Heal being gone. There's exhaust being pushed on to the Ezreal. Zyra falling from Hecarim. Helicopter damage. There's going to be a Mumu with the big flash toss. Gonna unfortunately miss it. And that'll be that. 2-0. With a K gold lead in favor of literally anything else. Now, this is not the same game that we saw last time with the Cho'Gath not being able to match up against this Kayle. Kayle doing quite a bit of work against this Scion, forcing him to take, well, a trade, effectively. No one is in clear favor of CS like it was beforehand on literally anything else. In fact, Fury of the Sands doing quite well for themselves, with Ezreal being 10 farm up over Caitlyn, though that's mostly because the Zyra is doing quite a bit of work against Janna, and aggressive supports will always make it so that your early game is going to be significantly better than, everyone else. On the other fact, you have Karma against a Veigar. Now, Veigar does have first blood assist gold, and Karma is notorious for the very low mana, a very high damage Q that she has to be able to bring to bear at her whim and whimsy. But Ezreal will bring the Tear of the Goddess to bear because he does have that amount of farm, which means it's okay, in all honesty. Normally, Ezreal's get them at about 7.5 minutes. This one got it at 5 minutes, which is, whilst not necessarily great, it is pretty good, in all fairness. Though, looking at these team compositions, I forgot to mention, it's Kayle, Amumu, Karma, Ezreal, and Zyra coming out for the members of Fury of the Sands. Now, I will be brutally honest with you. Looking at these team compositions and seeing how they're played, I am biased. I think literally anything else has, well, the ability to do what they need to do in order to take the victory. However, Fury of the Sands does have quite the impressive team composition. Now, the only question is, will the Amumu be able to get off the ground? That's always the thing that you need to worry about. Whenever you pick Amumu, it is always a gamble on whether or not it is going to work out for your team composition. And Amumu is very easily, historically, to be shut down by literally everything in the actual game, on top of just the split pushing aside. You have Ezreal and Karma, who is just a traditional lane right now, on top of the Kayle, which is one of the few things that doesn't make as much sense. We don't see a lot of Kayle these days, mostly because it's very difficult to come up. It's a 50-50. You're either going to lose big or you're going to win big. And Kayle's doing okay for herself. She's up by 4 CS against Scion, but that is because she is ranged. She's like Gnar in that respect. But I will ask the Twitch chat, who do you believe has a better chance of victory in this matchup? I would honestly say my opinion would go to literally anything, because I believe that their team composition works fundamentally a little bit better for themselves. Oh my goodness, Amumu is taking a tremendous amount of damage from this Hecarim. Hecarim is going to be going in for the inner. No, he's not. He's going to be stunned underneath tower and be utterly wrecked by the Amumu Karma combination. Excellent job by just Fury of the Sands, doing what they needed to do. Unfortunately, Scion in an ugly position right now at half health against a Kale. Kale does have her ultimate. Invulnerability is very much a possibility. And if ever there is the choo-choo train from hell coming out from Scion, then Kale will just ultimate, invulnerable herself, and then take literally no damage. Which is, well, it's a tactic that's always going to happen. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Zyra doing what she can at 40%. Meanwhile, though, it's Caitlyn that's being taken a lot of damage. Scion fighting against this Kale. Kale doing a bit of work, but not as much work as I think she would have preferred, considering the fact is there are multiple shields that are on that Scion that are just making it an absolute nightmare to kill him, which has been really the case of the day all day today, considering the fact of the matter is all of that hard CC. Ooh, and it misses the Kale. Kale going in deep. Scion in an ugly way right now. That's going to be Kale picking up a kill on to that Scion. Unfortunate that Megatron dies in such a way, but excellent BM. And that'll bring us to the middle point. 2-2. Perfect gold lead. Perfect gold balance between a little bit more going over to the members of Fury of the Sands. Probably less than 100 at this point. And this bottom lane, I will say, there is an advantage for Ezreal Zyra. However, it is mitigated by the fact that you do have a Janna. When you pick Janna, you understand the point that you may not do great in lane. You'll do great at anything that even slightly regards the idea of a gank. But during the early game, you're not great in all respect. Now, that being said, Hecarim coming in from behind. Karma in an ugly position right now. That is going to be Veigar going in for the big damage on his ultimate, and they will clean up another kill. Hecarim, though, getting it again, not giving it over to Veigar. That could very well hurt. He's 3-1 right now. He probably needs to share the wealth a little bit, considering if Veigar does not get ahead, it's going to be ridiculously difficult to kill some of these targets, especially because you want them dead. On the bright side, though, on the flip side, a lot of these targets are very, very, very squishy and very, very low starting off. So it's a bit of a flipped coin at that point. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Kale just making it so that Scion has to, well, do literally everything else but fight, which is very good for Kale, not so great for Scion. Scion, though, is still equaling in farm. So excellent job from Scion. Meanwhile, Karma, I always don't like the Karma pick. I recognize how it works. You want other people to do better than you. You're going to be caring for other people. I recognize that. I genuinely do. I just hate the pick in general. That's an Inferno Drake, and it's going to be immediately contested by Karma, but it will not go very well for her. That's Hecarim go, giving the round around for the Karma, and giving himself another kill. Like, it's great that you're killing these targets, and it's great that Hecarim's getting ahead. And I recognize that the way that Ponderous Sea Lion plays this Hecarim is not so much different as it is very, very aggressive. So the minute that you get the Trinity Force, he actually bought Sheen twice right there. That's funny. But the minute that you get the Trinity Force is a very, very big power spike and could potentially help you win the game. I just question the effectiveness of that because you need some of that money to go to other people. Otherwise, it will be, if Scion dies, that's a lot of gold going to the enemy team for free. On top of the fact that, what the hell else are you going to do when the rest of your carries are not going to be able to do anything there? It's going to be the hard CC coming out. Nothing so far. There will be Hecarim, though, looking for an engagement on to the Amumu, but he couldn't quite get what he wanted. Ooh, that's a great ultimate, though, in order to just gain some distance, gets himself onto the Kale, manages to pick up the kill. Unfortunate that Scion died, however, to be perfectly fair, but he does break the minuscule kill score and kill, the streak. There we go. I played Call of Duty one day. The kill streak that the Kale actually had. 5-3. The members of Literally Anything Else are up ahead right now by only about a less than a K gold lead, and it's the same as it was effectively in the previous game that we watched with them. Hecarim is doing a fair bit of work, and the only issue is that Scion isn't there to be unkillable, as he was beforehand, because he's automatically being shoved down by this Kale in terms of work, in terms of being able to do anything effectively. And it's actually rather saddening. It's not so much saddening as it's really bad for the enemy team, for the members of Fury of the Sands. Meanwhile, though, or rather for the members of literally anything else, because they will be suffering from that last tool. Sorry about that. My goodness. Cannot speak words today, it seems. Scion, though, trying to do his best against this Kale. Kale, though, reaching that point where she has 3 Doran's rings, a Codex, and a Stinger, which, if you're not in the know, is new meta, I guess. 5-3, though. I'm excited what this Vaegar's able to do. He's up by 25 CS against this Karma. Granted, Ezreal's up by 40 against Caitlyn, which is almost rather hilarious because it's complete role reversal of the previous game where Jinx was behind by about 30 as well against this Caitlyn. A lot of damage still being able to do. Zyra, so just controlling the bottom lane to an utter T, like a virtuoso even. She's able to do whatever the heck she wants. Ooh, Vaegar with the big D damage, and will almost manage to take out the Karma, were it not for a very, very well-timed amount of CC, not quite managing to get all of the damage to bear, including but not limited to the meteorite falling from the sky. Unfortunate that, but nonetheless, it is what it is. Karma will be pushed out of lane, and first turret bonus going to Vaegar of all things. Now that, my friends, is an absolute disaster. Or actually, no, that's an incredibly good thing, effectively. And that's probably mitigating for the members of the Fury of the Sands. Considering the fact that Vaegar is scary because he originally had some gold, but he didn't have that much of it because all of it was going to Hecarim on his journeys over into the bottom lane. But my goodness, could this be rather poor for them? That'll be the red steel from Hecarim. Cannot match it. Mumu just says that's yours, I guess, now. My son, enjoy this. Plants? How do you feel about plants in the chat? You like them? I'm ambivalent to them. Not, don't hate them, don't like them. But that is what that is. Hard CC from Scion going out. That's going to be the Amumu trying to do what he can against this Scion. Will manage to get in front of him to stop the engagement. However, the Amumu ultimate coming out big. That'll be Hecarim, though, trying to do what he can. Ultimate invulnerability from Kale coming out rather large as well. However, Scion's still not dead yet. Kale is, though. Meanwhile, Hecarim doing a lot of damage, giving the kill over to Scion, and Scion taking it to the bank. Finished. He actually had, before that fight, oh, there's the Zyra ultimate, and Roots coming out big. That'll be the heal and the exhaust being pushed down. Will manage to take her down. Meanwhile, Caitlyn in an ugly position, trying to do what she can. Does she still have Ace in the hole? Yes, she does. And she does have the mana for it. Will she use it, though? That's the question. I don't think she will. Oh, she took a lot of damage right there. Not great. Not great whatsoever, but it is what it is. 7-6 will give a kill over to Karma. Unfortunate that, but Karma is what Karma is. She has finished the Morellonomicon before she started that fight, which is very, very good for her, because that means that she's going to be able to mitigate a lot of the healing that Hecarim is going to be able to do on top of Scion, because of the actual resistances and the passive that he gets from Spirit Visage and from the W that Scion is able to bring to bear. All that being said, though, Scion in the bottom lane, trying to do what he actually possibly can, trying to farm away from the Kale in order to give themselves some kind of advantage, because this Ezreal is rather slippery. He's up ahead by 50 farm against the Caitlyn, which is just impressive to me. It's very, very well done. It's a testament to how good this Zyra realistically is, because that Zyra is making it very, very easy for him to farm and very, very difficult for the members of literally anything else to do literally anything else beyond be safe at turret. And excellent, very, very good performance by Fury of the Sands. That'll be the rocket missing onto the Karma. Karma, though, doing a fair bit of damage to this Vaegar. Vaegar with the great flash and the pickup kill onto the Karma. Excellent job. Meanwhile, Hecarim spotting what seems to be an easy kill on to a Zyra. Zyra bringing down to half immediately. That'll be the bandage toss missing because he wasn't actually managing for the ultimate. Meanwhile, Hecarim thinks he sees a new target. It's going to be a thing with a birthday cake on it. Slow coming in big. That'll be Vhagar, though, coming in big as well. He wants to get the kill as well, but Hecarim picking it up instead. Sion in the top lane, just pushing it forward, giving his friends a little bit more time in every other lane to do what they want and how they will it. Meanwhile, middle lane, looks like the turret is going to be possibly going down. Trinity Force has been completed, and it is going to be going down. Trinity Force is completed for Hecarim, which is just a huge infusion of damage, which is probably why he was able to do just as what he did against that Vhagar. Vhagar just had to use the plant and sadly came into the crosshairs of the Amumu. Meanwhile, this Ocean Drake is pretty much the freest thing in the world. It's going to be going over to the members of the literally anything else. That means that they have both an Ocean and an Infernal Drake, ladies and gentlemen, which is genuinely not so much scary as it is rather good for them. They're not at tier 2, of course, but they are pretty good, to be perfectly honest with you. I question why this Ezreal consistently tries to land himself in traps. Ooh, great teleport. Or rather, great recall, I should say. I should be honest. Meanwhile, Sion trying to protect the top lane turret, or the mid lane turret, as best as he possibly can. With great shields comes great responsibility, trying to do what he can. There's Vhagar, though, just mincing through the actual stuff. Huh. Oh, Bilbo Swaggins. Thank you. They had a unique aspect to the game. They do. It's just a bit odd, in all fairness. They're just, I don't think that they're as consistently designed as I think that they possibly could be. But since it is preseason, as with the Assassin updates, everything needs to just kind of be brought down to a fine crucible, in all fairness. 10-6 with 5k going over to literally anything else against Fury of the Sands. Fury of the Sands, though, still not completely out of the game. They have the ability to do what they can. They just kind of need to allow their AD carry to do what he needs to do and to give some more farm over to the, well, rather to the Kayle. Kayle does need to farm a bit more in order to become a truly horrendous problem that we all know she can possibly be. She has built the Nashor's Tooth. She does have Pen Boots. She has a Sheen. Probably going for, I believe, Lichbane, but that could very well be wrong. I don't know much about Kayle builds anymore. It's very odd. That's Hecarim going in with massive damage on the Relentless Charge, going in for the Q and giving the kill over to his friend. That'll be Amumu, though, looking for an ultimate. Will manage to get the Janna ultimate as well, pushing him back. Meanwhile, Ezreal, though, from behind, he's trying to do a lot of damage and being very, very successful at it. Meanwhile, their retreat is actually proving to be rather more difficult to deal with than had previously been intended. Sion doing a lot of work against that Kayle. 2 different fights at 2 different times. Very, very difficult. Meanwhile, the mid lane turret is being taken down by the Relentless Charge of Hecarim and of Vhagar. Vhagar managing to just do an absolute masterclass of damage on that thing with the ability damage that comes from being an AP caster. Sion, though, pushing in the top lane. That'll be the inhibitor. The inhibitor is still there, but the actual turret is gone, which means that it is open right now. Hecarim, though, moving into the bottom lane, looking to put a little bit more advantage down there as well, considering the fact is that Ezreal is not there any longer. And Ezreal, and oh, Sion in an ugly way right now. Kayle managing to get some little bit of damage on them. There's the bandage toss from Amumu. Will manage to slow him down, but not that much. Knock up from Sion. Will not manage to proc Champion of the Colossus because it was just proc. There will be Thorns from Zyra. Vhagar will be exhausted in an ugly position right now. True Shot Barrage from Vhagar, rather from Ezreal, will prove to be true. That's Sion on the warpath to take him down. Meanwhile, Vhagar getting bursted immediately by Kayle. Unfortunate that 12-8 with 8k gold in favor. However, the entirety of the bottom lane has just been absolutely wrecked by the distinct lack of players that were, and summoners that were actually there. They were having to deal with 2 targets consistently, both the Sion and the Vhagar. And realistically, from that, you lost both of your turrets in the bottom lane, in addition to the fact that you lost Amumu as well. It's a 2-for-1 whilst losing 2 towers. That's not a great trade, in all fairness. And they may not even get this turret, because Sion's coming in quick with the teleport. You've lost the remainder of your objectives with the exception of the top lane turret in the, and it's a secondary turret at that. This is, that's a very bad thing to lose, in all fairness. An incredibly poor thing to lose. 12-8. Literally, anything else, doing quite a bit of work. Now, meanwhile, Akram just trying to farm up what he can, doing a massive amount more farm, having a massive amount more farm than Amumu is right now. 70 farm from Amumu, at 143 from Akram, on top of the 8 kills that he already has. 2 kills going over to Sion and 2 on Veigar with the 4 assists that he's able to bring to bear. It's just item totals right now, and right now Akram is just an utter disaster to face up close because of the fact that he is kind of scary in all fairness. It looks like it is going to be a Lichbane, though, going to be completed for Kayle. She's building all the little parts of it. She's going to be going in deep, though, on to the Sion. Meanwhile, it was a trap this entire time. Great flash from Kayle in order to get out of an ugly situation. That'll be the Choo-Choo ultimate coming out from Mr. Sion in order to get out of the Vayne's damage. Meanwhile, Kayle doing a lot of work. Those will be the roots in a wrong decision and a wrong position, managing to be relatively useless, but making the Hecarim go a different way. Sion will be unfortunately left to die to his own devices. Meanwhile, Veigar there as well, doing what he possibly can. True Shot Barrage coming out from Ezreal will do a little bit of work, not as much as I think that they were hoping. Massive roam from Zyra and from Ezreal going into the middle lane in order to combat this intense push by Hecarim, Caitlyn, and from Janna against this mid lane inhibitor. The inhibitor will go down, though. 13-8 with almost 10k in the coffers for literally anything else, and they are going to be able to do what they want considering the game. Now, the question is, how do Fury of the Sands come back from this? They have to put a lot of preface on their Ezreal. They have to make some very, very smart decisions, and their Kayle has to be literally on point at any single point. They have to CC some very crucial targets, and Karma is not allowed to use her Q, her mantra. For her Q, she's only allowed to do it for her shield, because otherwise you are just going to die entirely too quickly. Stranglethorn has to consistently be on point from Zyra, otherwise her ultimate is genuinely not going to do what it needs to do, and that is give Ezreal and Kayle enough time to do what they possibly can do. And at this point, it's very, very little. But it looks like Sion is going to make it so that this top lane turret does not go down, even though Kayle would like nothing more than it to be completely and utterly destroyed. Hecarim, though, very, very sneaky, looking to see that he found what seems to be an Amumu caught outside the range. However, Hecarim meanwhile found a Kayle, actually. Will he go for the plant? No, he will not. However, they're looking to go for this red buff. Will manage to secure it onto Hecarim. Where is going to be the burst? That'll be the ultimate, though. Looking for a slow root immediately onto Hecarim, though. Stranglethorn will go down, knock up 3 targets. Amumu, though, going in for the ultimate. Exhaust immediately, though. No ulti yet from Amumu. Will pop it right now. However, will get Janna ulti immediately. Sion, though, still very much trying to do what he can. Choo-Choo to Rue onto Karma and onto Vayne, onto Kayle. Kayle not quite dying to Sion, but oh my goodness, straight to Vayne. Rather straight to Veigar. Ah, God, the V-names. Hecarim, though, going out big, looking to do what he can. Will, unfortunately, seems to die. Yes, he will. Unfortunate from a shutdown, but alley-oop from Veigar will get the ace. It looks like this may be game, in fact, ladies and gentlemen. 18-9, 10k gold. We have supers in the base. Veigar with a lot of actual damage on that area, rooting down the Sion from Zyra. She is up, but really, with what damage is she going to be able to do anything? She built Giant's Belt after Eye of the Watchers, which realistically is going to do a damn near amount of nothing. But excellent job from both teams. Excellent job from playing one of the more equal games that we've seen today. Excellent job from Literally Awesome for going 3-0 in groups at this point. And excellent job from Fury for giving us quite an exciting game. Nonetheless, I think that is going to be the end of our round 1. My apologies. I have completely forgotten propriety for propriety's sake. MVP for that game will, of course, go to Hecarim, of course. He's done it twice in a row, and I think that he's accorded the actual majesty that is being given the MVP position. Sion didn't do as great as he could possibly do, but Veigar coming in very well with some excellent utility support or utility mid lane stuff, which you don't get to often see. Nonetheless, I believe that is going to be the ending of our first matchup. Oh, I completely forgot as well. Excellent job from Kayle from trying to actually bring it up from what seemed to be a losing game. Good job, lads. Now, This should be the end of our first round, as I say the third time, and hopefully we will see you back for the semis, which should be rather interesting, if nothing else. I will see you back in a few minutes. See you then.
time is here at last. The time is here at last. We're moving closer and closer. Hearts racing so fast. We never believed this would happen, but the time is here at last. The time is here at last. 'cause I can see you. Yes, I can see you. Yes, I can see you. You touch me, tried your fingertips in my veins. You saved me when there was nowhere to go. Yes, you loved me, and now everything has changed since you touched me. Lost and found. You touched me. You saved me. Yes, you loved me since you touched me. Look around at all the halos illuminate the skies above. Lost and found, you never gave up. No matter what, you always looked up. I hope you can see me from there, 'cause I can see you. Yes, I can see you. Yes, I can see you. You touched me, tried your fingertips in my veins. You saved me
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to Nerdbird Darude LANstorm, Mother of God. It is still incredibly loud. We were supposed to turn that down in post, but apparently we just did not get to it. My apologies to every and any one of you. Nonetheless, we're going to be coming in to the semifinal rounds in a big way. We're going to be actually watching a previous team that we had watched, Fury of the Sands. They'll be playing on the red side, versus a team that went 3-0 in groups, the members of Dad's Squad, doing what they possibly can. And already the bands are looking rather impressive, if I'm at all honest. You have Nidalee coming out as the central band, the priority band from Dad's Squad, and Syndra coming out from Fury of the Sands. Syndra is an incredibly powerful champion, was an incredibly high priority pick and ban from the last actual patch, rather in 6.21 and 6.20. Nidalee is an incredible champion, is terrible in mid lane and in the top lane, but is an absolute beast in the jungle, which is why she's so heavily picked and banned. Jinx and Victor coming out as well. We haven't really seen a great deal of good Jinx in these tournaments, but we have seen her do quite well for what it is worth. With Victor, though, Victor is always an incredibly strong champion, an incredibly strong mid lane carry that will almost consistently be the one mid lane carry that will not immediately die to you beyond, say, Swain in this assassin meta. Amumu as well coming out as a tertiary ban from the members of Dad's Squad. I question it, though, mostly due to the fact that Dad's Squad is not, rather, Amumu is not one of the greatest champions. It's very easy to actually shove him down. Hecarim, though, coming out as a tertiary ban from Fury in the Sands. Hecarim is an incredibly powerful champion. We've seen him all today just pop off and do incredible amounts of work. Arguably, part of the reason why literally anything else, the team that we had watched consistently through most of the group stages, arguably the reason that they are here is due to the fact that Hecarim was so incredibly powerful. But coming into the actual bans, or rather the actual picks, we have Thresh. Thresh has made a liftoff. We haven't seen a whole lot of Thresh, but whenever we do, he's always a big, big way. Coming out, though, from the Fury in the Sands, it seems relatively undecided. They were hovering Master Yi, but realistically, that's not a very good champion. It's possible that they decided that they wanted to go Master Yi, but Master Yi is one of the worst champions in the game, in all honesty. Most basic attacking champions are very, very poor at the moment, considering the fact that they have to unload all their damage through a consistent stream of basic attacks, whereas most champions have the benefit of just being able to unload all their damage on their Q, on their E, on their W, just through actual burst. And Master Yi is just not like that. There's too much work that that is involved in making him better. But Nautilus will actually be picked up alongside Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix is one of the best junglers right now in the game. His assassin update made him a truly, truly terrible thing. He no longer works off of just simple guesswork. It's hard numbers, it's great numbers, and he gets a lot of utility from every single piece of his evolutions. Though, that could be somewhat put down, though, by what Dad's Squad are rushing to do. They look to be hovering over the Nasus. Lane push Nasus is rather popular these days, but they will be locking in a LeBlanc. LeBlanc, an incredibly powerful champion from the Assassin update, very much able to control macro play on a much larger scale than people have seen before. Arguably, with an Assassin, you have the same amount of play that you have from an Aurelion Sol, which is incredibly powerful. Though Ivern being hovered right now, not quite sure if they'll do it. Yeah, no, it'll be a Vi. Ivern's still very much in the realm of, we don't quite understand the champion, let's not test our luck. But Vi, very much battle-proven and tested consistently in these tournaments and within everything, really. Vi is a very, very powerful champion. Assault and Battery is an incredibly powerful ultimate, and I like the team that they're making up so far right now. You have an early game to late game to a level 6 hard jungler with an assassin that is doing an incredible amount of damage, especially if you do chain first. You have Thresh in the bottom lane, making it so that you have an incredible amount of utility, followed by whatever you can possibly do and run in the top lane. Maybe it's Nasus, maybe it's Renekton, maybe it's Gnar, but very decent team looking so far. Karma, possibly a mid lane pick, possibly a support. It's very much a flex pick these days. Now, whether or not that's going to come about remains to be seen. Do I think that Karma is an exceptionally good pick against LeBlanc? Not really. Do I believe that Caitlyn is a good pick in general? Yes, I think she's an incredible flex pick. You're able to do a lot of work with her. She's a very, very comfortable champion. But you are going up against a Jhin. Jhin is being hovered right now. Jhin is a very, very strong champion. Easily able to control entire solo queue games just by himself. But it looks like they're going to be going with something completely different. I'm not quite sure what they want to do. If they go for Gnar right here, that would not be the worst thing in the history of the world. Gnar has always been a strong champion, and has only just gotten stronger effectively because of the changes to the tank meta, and on top of the fact that he can proc Colossus anytime when he's in Mega Gnar form, giving him that much more health and that much more resistance. Ezreal is hovered right now. Will he be chosen though? That is the question. Gnar is going to be firmly in-locked, and so will Ezreal. They're going to go for the full 60-second time in order to figure out what they need to do. Right now, the only pick at the moment is the support pick right now. Arguably, maybe the mid pick if they decide to take Karma in the bottom lane with us to combat the Ezreal and the Thresh. Wait a minute. That's bold. That's actually a Nautilus support with an Aurelia in the top lane, followed by Karma in the mid lane. That changes things somewhat, because Gnar going up against an Aurelia is not the most difficult thing in the world, but it is arguably very, very kind of skewed in one way. Gnar in general is a very, very strong champion. I will always fondly remember the days where he was considered one of the worst champions that they've ever released. And ain't it just an adventure for everybody to actually have to consistently eat crow whenever they hear about that. Ain't it fun? Ain't it fun, ladies and gentlemen? Ain't it fun? Well, that being said, looking at these team compositions, Gnar, Vi, LeBlanc, Ezreal, and Thresh on one side, followed by Aurelia, Kha'Zix, Karma, Caitlyn, and Nautilus on the other side, being played by Fury of the Sands, the former being played by the members of Dad Squad. These team compositions are actually rather odd. You have a front line on the members of Dad Squad, and you also have a front line on the members of Fury in the Sands. They're very much playing team fight-oriented compositions. The interesting thing to note, though, is that these compositions are in varying degrees of damage. For Fury in the Sands, they have a little bit more damage, but they've sacrificed a little bit more tank. They have a little bit more slow CC at the and damage at the sacrifice of hard CC. You have Thresh Hook, you have Vi's Assault and Battery, you have Gnar's Gnar, you have the Sheer Chain root from LeBlanc if she can actually land it. And then if Ezreal decides to go in a utilitarian manner, you will have the Iceborne Gauntlet Qs. Meanwhile, you have Equilibrium Strike from Aurelia, you have the slow from Kha'Zix, you have the massive slow and root from Madame Karma, you have the slow and root from Caitlyn, then you have a root, another root, a hook, and a knock-up from Mr. freaking Nautilus. It's actually genuinely ridiculous what amount of stuff that they've actually managed to do. They've sacrificed some tank for some CC, but how do they win is the question that we're trying to ask. How do we win is the question that we're trying to answer. And victory comes from a very particular amount of early game ganking, I feel. Kha'Zix will have to be in a major way in the early game, and then you will have to have Vi do the exact same thing in the top lane. I feel that Mikkels, the misfortune, rather not the misfortune, the LeBlanc, my apologies, will have to be an incredible, incredible part of this game. And the only way she's going to be able to do that is if Vi gives her the proper amount of attention that she deserves and that she will need. Granted, it's just a Karma, I recognize that, but Karmas historically have been able to do a massive amount of burst damage, which is one of the few things that LeBlanc, even now without her clone, at least on a clone on passive, is just not able to deal with as effectively as you might think. With the support matchup, though, I like the bottom lane matchup. Ezreal Thresh is not historically amazing, but it is okay. But against Caitlyn Nautilus, that's something that we have not seen in a very, very long time. since like season 4 or the very, very beginning of season 5 and 6. Because of the fact that Nautilus has just kind of drifted in and out of the meta consistently. He's always been a champion that's based on his numbers. Because his kit is very, very strong, it's just been buoyed by the fact that his numbers sometimes just suck. Sometimes his slow is just not effective enough. Sometimes his hook is just a bit too buggy enough. It's very much a champion that will require some looking after. Now, Ezreal Thresh is very much the vanilla of most lanes. Effectively, Thresh is going to hook, Ezreal's going to do a little bit of damage. But with Caitlyn Nautilus, if he gets the hook, if he gets the root, then it's open season for someone like Kha'Zix to come in and deal damage. Kha'Zix does do more damage before 6 than Vi does. He has more utility, he's able to affect the everything in just such a large fashion that it's arguably hysterical to actually go against him. But if you actually want to talk about this, go ahead and type in the Twitch chat, hashtag Dadwin or hashtag Sandwin. That rhymed, actually. I'm proud of that. Yeah. Nonetheless, we'll be coming into the Champion Select right now. We will be right back. Sorry about that. We are just loading in right now. We do have multiple Colossi on the part of Dad Squad. Dad Squad coming into the battle with maximum amounts of Colossus on both Thresh and on Vi. On Vi I can understand, but on Thresh, I question it. I question it a great deal, in all honesty. Or is it actually? That is a question. Don't worry, we'll get the scoreboard up real quickly for you. Don't fret, ladies and gentlemen. And I love it when teams do this. They managed to put themselves in the proper order as ordained. Proud of you guys. Good job. Good job, lads and lasses. Nonetheless, 0:41 on the clock. Everybody, let's give a rounding hand wherever the hell you may be. It is the 19th of November, and this is the first game of the semifinals. Theoretically, by the time this is done, we may have actually a finals match for you. One moment. All right, then. Now, what will happen? How do you guys think this will go? Because I personally believe that it's going to be the Kha'Zix or the Vi that makes the biggest way. But if it's LeBlanc just absolutely opening up a masterclass on this Karma, or the reverse can be true, it may be a bit odd, maybe a bit different. It may be that this game becomes something that we couldn't actually understand, but I'm also looking forward to this Caitlyn Nautilus theoretically doing something very, very good against Ezreal Thresh. I don't think it works as well as the Caitlyn Nautilus. I don't think that Thresh Ezreal works very well beyond the fact that it's just a power pick. Effectively, you just wanted to play Ezreal, you just wanted to play Thresh, but then again, I could be very, very wrong. We are beginning in earnest, however, with the Gnar in the background getting that 1 CS, and Aurelia following suit with that other 1 CS. Good show, good lads. There's the Dredge line coming out, massive damage actually going out already onto Thresh. W picked up by LeBlanc. No change in order to give that massive amount of burst as we've been seeing in Plat and Diamond Qs recently. Because, my goodness, that champion can go to work, realistically. Though, that does not mean, that just means it's just like, ooh, there's the chains coming out. We'll go in for the damage. We'll manage to bring her down to about 40%. Eager for other people to do what they need to do. Colossus from Thresh, keeping him a little bit light and tight, enough to get back into the battle at a later date. He will be popping another one of his, or rather, for the first time, one of his potions. But that is okay. Nonetheless, sorry about that. Some other source. Fair enough, Twitch chat. Poof, obviously, it is Battlefield 1 Twitch chat. Don't worry about a thing. Sorry about that, folks. Nonetheless, it is Anar about to go Mega right now onto this Aurelia. Will manage to get himself a little bit of health against him. There he goes. There's going to be the stun dodged very quickly by Aurelia. Well done, well done. And will manage to get herself out of a very ugly and simmering situation with a great amount of BM as well. No wasting time on Equilibrium Strike. Just going to get a little bit more CS, which as it should be. It is Season 2, the Season 2 strategy of just, I'm playing Aurelia, I don't care, I just need to get farm. It's like the old Nasus play. Just got farm. That's it. That's it. That's all. If you were expecting anything else, you really shouldn't be. Gnar taking quite a bit of damage, actually, though, to be fair. There's going to be the dredge line coming out from Mr. Nautilus going out onto Thresh, though. That could be very bad. Heal coming out immediately. First blood going straight to Ezreal, though, because of a very ugly turret shot that just did a tremendous amount of damage to him. There will be the root going out from LeBlanc onto Karma. Fail flash from LeBlanc will not get her over the wall, and the secure from Kha'Zix will give themselves a nice amount of money. Well done by Fury in the Sands in order to make certain that those champions could not do what they needed to do. Excellent, excellent job. Meanwhile, 1-1. It's only a 100 gold lead, though, because it is equal on both sides. There's going to be a Madame Aurelia going in for the deep, deep attempt at killing the Gnar, but wasn't quite as effective as they would have wanted it. A bit too close to the turret in order to give full amounts of mobility, and we'll just have to back off. Caitlyn in the 24 farm. There will be the hook. Not quite managing to take down the Caitlyn itself, but we'll manage to get a hook. Manage to get a minion, which is okay. Which is just a-okay. Meanwhile, Nautilus back from the dead with 5 potions, no less. Do you ever remember the time where one of the viable strategies was to be either Mordekaiser or Garen in lane and then just pick up 10 health potions and then profit, effectively? Those are the days when they didn't limit you like that in League. But whilst I wax nostalgically, it is still it's still an incredibly close game. It's the very, very beginning of the game at all. If it had been such a skewed one right now, then this would have just been labeled Clown Fiesta, and you know how it goes. Ooh, there's the hook on to Nautilus. We'll get the dredge, or rather the flay inside. A lot of damage still going out on to that LeBlanc in the middle lane, rather onto the Karma. LeBlanc is just doing quite a bit of work. Karma, or rather Kha'Zix with the gank. Not quite managing to find the isolation. Smite being burned onto Gnar will actually take the massive damage to the face from the turret shot. Nothing really of value gotten. Except for, well, Gnar's flash, of course. But, realistically, there could have been so much more, theoretically. But the bright side is that Kha'Zix can just go back to the top lane and consistently go back to the top lane because Gnar cannot stop him unless he pops his W, which this Gnar and all Gnars are prone to do sometimes. Nautilus, not quite going to get hooked by the Thresh, even though he had a direct sideline, because Thresh is not suicidal, which is always good. Always very, very good. Meanwhile, Vi, just kind of coming into her own right now. She's level 4. She has 29 farm to the 22 on Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix does have a kill, however. Not first blood, but still pretty good, in all honesty. No, I believe it was actually first blood. He got first blood. Yes, it was. My apologies. It was Nautilus that was second blooded. Yes, right? I believe so. Not quite sure. However, Karma in an ugly position right now. There's the double chain that we were talking about so much. And LeBlanc with the kill will manage to secure themselves, or rather manage to secure herself a little bit of a lead. Double Doran's ring is just very, very strong, as they say. And I'm really nice that they decided not to play the Dark Seal attempt. Because Dark Seal is just such a BM way of doing things. And besides the fact you're not really doing anything for yourself, realistically, by taking that item. Granted, you can get a, what is it called? The stacking item, you know. But realistically, it doesn't matter at this point. 2-1, 10.4 to 10k. Still 4k gold lead. Aurelia doing what she can against this Gnar, and what she can is apparently quite a bit. However, taking turret shots seems to be quid pro quo for everyone at this point. There's going to be Vi with the flash Q on to Aurelia. Aurelia in a very ugly position right now. No ultimate, no assault and battery from Vi in order to stop them. And Gnar will not be able to secure the kill with Boomerang, which means that Aurelia will live once more and will be able to go home without losing a single drop of gold to that Gnar. But unfortunately, she will be relatively in a bad position because she will have to go home. She will be slightly behind on farm at that. Except she's not going home right now. She is relatively low, and I recognize that the regeneration from an Aurelia is absolutely insane, but it seems rather greedy, if I'm at all honest. But she does have Sheen right now, so she can farm very easily with her Q. At least at this point right now. It is 8 minutes. 2-1. Only a 200 gold lead right now because, I mean, this stuff keeps on going back and forth. Unfortunately, though, bottom lane still trying to do what they can. I always question the actual effectiveness of a basic attacking champion going up against an AD caster. Because, oh, that's the big dredge line that they've been waiting for. That'll be the route. However, a hook coming in from Thresh going in immediately onto Caitlyn. Caitlyn in an ugly way right now. However, that'll be the front line from Mr. Nautilus trying to do what he can right now. And what he can was a big deal. Exhaust burn. However, that'll be Mr. Gnar doing what he can as well, trying to get away from the Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix managing to do quite a bit of work. Aurelia with the ultimate going deep into the tower, but not going to actually press the trigger on the Q in order to get the burst damage, probably because it was on cooldown from a lack of a killed minion. Unfortunate that, but very fortunate for Mr. Gnar. What is happening? Alright, well, we'll press that again. Sorry, pressed a button. Shouldn't have pressed a button, but I did press that button, ladies and gentlemen. Meanwhile, Karma is trying to do what she can, in all honesty. She's 12 farm behind against the LeBlanc, who has both two rings and the Fiendish Codex. And Fiendish Codex does give you that cooldown reduction that is so integral in this early part of the game. Nomicon shortly following afterward. No chain from LeBlanc. Just kind of throwing it out there because of reasons. However, LeBlanc may soon be in a world of trouble, considering that Aurelia is going to be coming down the actual river in order to have to deal with the LeBlanc. W coming out, and nothing of value actually gained by the members of Fury in the Sands. Dad Squad doing a good attempt at making it so that they are not losing anything in reality, which is very, very good. I'm proud of them for that. Ooh, this could be very, very bad for Caitlyn. The flash from Thresh will be very real. Vi coming in on the side. Assault and Battery coming down onto Caitlyn. Caitlyn with the immediate flash. The Malachi. Ooh, LeBlanc from behind. Looking to do a lot of damage, but not quite managing to pull the trigger and take down anybody. But LeBlanc probably heard that and decided to take it anyway. Managing to secure the kill on the Caitlyn. Nautilus very, very low. Will have to most likely retreat 3-1. And the Dad Squad takes an early lead, in all fairness. They'll probably be going for this dragon. This will be a Cloud Drake if they decide to take it, but it doesn't look like they want to take it. Cloud Drake is one of the least respected dragons on this entirety of the game. One of the least respected objectives in this entire game, which is a shame because I like Cloud Drake. I call him Clown for a reason because it's a labor of love, ladies and gentlemen. It's a labor of love. That being said, though, the question that we have to ask ourselves is what are the Fury in the Sands trying to play at this point? Because right now it feels like they're trying to really make certain that Aurelia gets really, really, really big. Flash from Aurelia immediately onto the face of Gnar. Not quite going to be useful for what it is worth. Karma, though, in an ugly position with the flash, but the chains are going to be very, very good. Double chain coming out straight out from LeBlanc. LeBlanc will finish it up with a W execute. That's going to be Gnar with the ulti in the wall, taking down the Aurelia, making sure that she eats through a tube. Ace in the hole, do a little bit of burst damage. Probably for the best at this point. Caitlyn, though, may be hooked by Thresh. Thresh with the hook onto Caitlyn. There will be the flay. A lot of damage. Dredge line coming out from Mr. Nautilus. That will force the Ezreal back because of the amount of stun damage that is at its apparent thought and will. A lot of damage coming out. Not quite managing to secure the kill onto both Ezreal or Thresh. Unfortunate that by Caitlyn. 5-1. Ooh, Aurelia going in big. Really wants to kill this Gnar. Gnar in an ugly fashion manages to take it out. That'll be the exhaust on the LeBlanc in the bottom lane because things are just happening the game right now. Kha'Zix just in an open retreat because the Vi and LeBlanc roam in the bottom lane is just such a big thing right there. 7-2. 2K gold lead in Dad Squad's pockets. This is one of the worst case scenarios that the Fury in the Sands could have not predicted for. I mean, their carries are just not getting any money right now. Karma is supposed to be this utilitarian god or queen at that point, but she's been doing absolutely nothing this game because she's not been allowed to do anything this game. Kha'Zix hasn't really been able to help her that much, even with the exception of a one, I believe, gank. But beyond that, she's just kind of been forced into an ugly position. That damage from LeBlanc is absolutely unreal. Basic attacks coming out with the execute from the W coming in once more. That'll bring LeBlanc up to 5-1. That champion's going to get banned for the rest of this tournament. I can already tell at this point. 8-2. My goodness, is she very strong. Aurelia in an ugly way right now. Theoretically, that'll be ace in the hole by Caitlyn. Pop just to do a little bit more damage against this Ezreal. Ezreal, though, just trying to do what he can, really, and that's just farm effectively. He's not farming as well as the Caitlyn, but he doesn't really need to farm as well as the Caitlyn. Ooh, Dredge line from Nautilus will be good. Arcane Shift coming out as well. But forcing Mr. Ezreal into a position where he loses at least 25% of his health. Excellent job from him. Excellent job from Nautilus. Matchred Q from Karma is just giving diminishing returns at this point. Oh my goodness. This is genuinely ridiculous. Assault and Battery coming out from Vi will manage to make it so that Nautilus is breathing very, very poorly in hell because it's a genuine problem that they're facing right now. The amount of roam and macro play. Ooh, Kha'Zix coming in looking to actually get something from this top lane. Gnar will manage to go down to Aurelia, which is small favors for the rest of the members of Fury in the Sands, but Dad Squad are just getting a massive amount of advantage from these roams. LeBlanc is everywhere in the middle and bottom lane. She doesn't have to be in the top lane right now. Meanwhile, Vi is doing everything she possibly can to make it so that this bottom lane cannot possibly do what they want at any given point. Rift Herald will be assaulted by the members of Fury in the Sands. I don't think it'll probably be really contested because it's Rift Herald, so like if you're challenging a Rift Herald, then there's something probably wrong. Looks like Traverse Turret Blood will be going down over, though, to the members of Dad Squad, which is quite nice. However, damage is not quite good enough, it seems. Nautilus coming in to do a little bit of just surprise play. Ultimate depth charge coming out immediately onto Ezreal will force him back a little bit, but really not doing much damage. That's just there for utility's sake. Caitlyn not being able to bring her damage to bear on the Ezreal is a rather big problem that needs to be addressed. And, well, that had to be addressed, but wasn't, and because of that, she wasn't able to do it, and little to no damage was actually done. That being said, LeBlanc still making certain that this Karma fears the Dark Orchid, or the Black Orchid, I think is what they're called in lore. Ooh, that'll be the chain, looking to do a second chain, which will be procced. Going immediately down to 60% for Karma is never a fun thing. Though Kha'Zix on the side, looking to do something, but not quite finding that something. Ooh, maybe first turret will be going down for the members of Fury in the Sands, which would be quite a coup against the members of the Dad Squad, because that amount of gold is something to be respected, to be perfectly fair. Caitlyn just doing ace in the hole in order to put some supplementary damage onto the Thresh in order to possibly force him out of lane, because they're not going to be using it right now. Ezreal in an ugly position. There's going to be Aurelia trying to do what she can against this Gnar. Gnar is Mega, which means after Mega, he will not be allowed to be Mega for a few moments. Dredge line from Mr. Nautilus will not be as effective as they wanted. Ultimate burn from Kha'Zix, but it will be up in a few more seconds after this. Trinity Force being purchased by Madame Aurelia. That'll be the stun going out on Aurelia. Not quite the stun, it'll just be the slow, because Equilibrium Strike. There is the big dredge line taken down the Thresh. 0, 1, and 2 now. Meanwhile, it looks like they are going to be actually taking down this turret for the glory. Oh, this could be very, very bad. LeBlanc is just doing a tremendous amount of damage, managing to flash away from the flashing LeBlanc, and it will not be effective enough. LeBlanc will secure herself yet another kill. 11-4, with 2 of those kills being on Aurelia and 2 of those kills being on Kha'Zix. Kha'Zix doing quite a bit of work, in all fairness. But really, is it enough at this point, right? Because you have to ask yourself, will you be confident enough to kill a LeBlanc? And the answer might just surprise you. Flash, the stun from Mega Gnar, no chain coming out, will manage to just dodge every important ability that LeBlanc shoves out. And Aurelia will manage to get home scot-free. Excellent job by Aurelia, in all fairness. Oh my god. Exhausted. Yeah, no, I'm alright. Thank you, though. There we are, though. Karma trying to do what she can in the middle lane, going against the actual turret. Not quite managing to take it down. However, that'll be Vi against those little minions, doing what she can. Getting a little bit more farm. She's 82 to 108 against the Kha'Zix's 108. Kha'Zix already has every bit for the Black Cleaver. He has the bit for his actual support item. Meanwhile, he does not have boots. So effectively, they seem to be on a similar level of goal total between Vi and Kha'Zix, which is actually rather convenient and very much optimal, in all fairness. But it looks like Karma going in for a cheeky little teleport into the mid lane. Very, very questionable decision right there. Will unfortunately go down from LeBlanc damage, which is rather off the hook. That'll be ace in the hole coming out from Caitlyn. Kha'Zix coming in deep. Will get immediately hooked, but Vi going down nonetheless. That'll be Ezreal in the middle trying to melee form about 20 different champions. Thresh going down as well. We're on the shutdown on to LeBlanc via Kha'Zix. That was a complete disaster for the members of Dad's squad. This will be their turret, and they may be even going for Baron after this. Gnar with Mega Gnar almost to be completed, actually. Kha'Zix will be, rather, Caitlyn will be taking down this turret. Kha'Zix is still up. They could have theoretically taken that Baron. That was a Baron play right there. But they decided not to, which is, in all fairness, okay. They're deciding to go for multiple objectives, which is very, very fair, in all fairness. But that was a questionable decision, in all fairness. Questionable.
Blue team's turret
destroyed.
Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. A lot of things have just happened right now. Aurelia trying to do her best to suicide in on LeBlanc. LeBlanc just taking the damage and shutting her down, making it so that you gotta breathe through a tube. Thresh still going inside, trying to do what he can, trying to do and like just stream and cast like a gold-timey, great old streamer from England. You know, like the bad footballer. Now, the Ocean Drake was taken. Unfortunately, though, it's an okay Drake. It's not the greatest Drake, as we've spoken about before. One of the greater Drakes would have been Inferno or Mountain, but unfortunately it will have to do. And Inferno Drake, the Ocean Drake is still not that bad. It gives you that regeneration that is rather key in this day and age. Thresh just taken all the traps for his boys and for the rest of his team. The mid lane turret goes down from some helpful LeBlanc damage, and that does mean that it is 15-9 with a 2k gold lead in favor of the members of Fury in the Sands. They are doing quite a bit of work. LeBlanc, though, with the ace in the hole from Caitlyn, will be going down to about 40% of her health. Aurelia trying to frontline a little bit, will quickly just do a bit of a side swipe, allowing time for the Kha'Zix to come in and do what he needs to do. That being said, it is a rather interesting game right now. Nautilus doing what he can at 0-4 is not able to do everything that he could possibly want, but he does have the not will of the ancients. He has the thing that used to give a shed load of MR, but doesn't really do so anymore. Heart of the Mountain, rather, Face of the Mountain coming out. Heart of the Mountain, just a WoW item, realistically. But Face of the Mountain also coming out live, managing to give the shields to targets that badly need it, namely Caitlyn and namely Kha'Zix, effectively, because he's the one that's carrying so much alongside Aurelia. But on the flip side, you do have the Talisman of Ascension going out on to Thresh, and Ezreal does have a completed Trinity Force build. Those Trinity Force Ezreals I have to give full respect to because they firmly believe that their team will help them win the day. Iceborne Gauntlets is given if you believe and if you need utility or you just hate your team and think that they're trash. But this one obviously senses something, so more power to him, as we all know, as we all like to believe. Gnar has completed his Frozen Mallet, which is the first power step, or which is the first power spike in the actual champion, which is impressive to say the least. The Trinity Force is being built alongside many items. Malmorty is probably going out very quickly for Aurelia. That's a very big thing that has just happened at outside in the corner. We'll find out pretty soon, most likely. Now, the question is, what do Dad Squad do against the members of Fury of the Sands? Fury of the Sands conveniently has about 2k gold over. They have a Caitlyn with Runon's Hurricane on top of Infinity Edge, able to do what she needs to do at any given point because she's able to bring her damage to bear at will. The thing is, they do have a LeBlanc that will be able to assassinate you almost at command. She just has to land the chains. If she cannot land the chains, then she, well, realistically isn't worth the time because that's where the majority of her damage actually lies at this point. But it does look like one hell of a push is going on into the bottom lane. 4 members of their team are in the bottom lane looking to do one hell of a push. Kha'Zix in the middle lane trying to mitigate some of the damage. There will be a teleport coming out from Karma into the middle lane in order to stop them. But here comes LeBlanc and Vi looking to get the kill, going in immediately on to central targets on Aurelia. However, Aurelia takes it down onto Vi. That'll be the flash immediately by LeBlanc. Aurelia going in deep, still no answer, taking them down. Aurelia finally falling to sheer damage from the Ezreal. Ezreal, though, with a massive True Shot Barrage, not quite getting the kill. Taking Thresh out, though, from Nautilus. Nautilus, very, very good frontlining right there, 16-12. And Fury in the Sands still is making some work get done. If that's English. Pretty sure that's not English whatsoever. Kha'Zix, though, looking to do a little bit of cheeky work against this Ezreal. Ezreal not quite buying that he's not there. I don't believe. They don't have wards there. That'll be Ezreal managing to figure out that Kha'Zix is not actually, invisible. And that'll be one of the turrets gone. That means, though, that there's only one turret left. There's only one turret left on the side of Dad Squad, and it's in the top lane secondary. Top lane secondary is important. All turrets are important, realistically. That's what part of what makes League of Legends so important. But will it be good enough to defend? Who knows? But there are Baron plays going on right now, and massive ones at that. LeBlanc, though, doing some little bit of front lining onto this Nautilus. Banshee Veil is kind of being procced. Ooh, LeBlanc falling under short. That'll be the immediate damage from Vi going in deep. A lot of damage being doing Doug. That'll be Ace in the hole down for a double kill for Aurelia. Ace in the hole not really needed at that point. They're going to be going for this Baron. A lot of damage still going out onto it. 7,000 health still over there. Aurelia, oh, Ezreal, though, coming up with the True Shot Barrage. Will it manage to do it? And it will. My God. Baron steal from Mr. Ezreal. Well done, Ezreal. Well done, Ezreal. You don't see a lot of Baron steals anymore. Not really. But Baron steals do elongate this game somewhat. Already, Fury in the Sands was somewhat ahead, but with that Baron steal, they won't be able to actually finish out the game. Inferno Drake will make it so that it is somewhat easier for them to do what they need to do and to get done. However, this could be very problematic. Nope. Sheer damage from Caitlyn will make it so that the day goes for them. They now have an Ocean Drake and an Infernal Drake. Now, Ocean and Infernal, as we talked about, very, very good, against the Cloud Drake that Mr. Dad Squad managed to pull out. Fury in the Sands is playing very, very well right now. They're coming up from an advantage. The only problem was, the Baron steal, which is somewhat hurting them at this point because they could have actually won the game. But that being said, everybody has to experience a Baron steal one day, most days. All the days. Ooh, LeBlanc has found a Nautilus. Nautilus not quite doing what he needs to do because he's completely and utterly dead. Gnar will pick up the kill. No, Talisman of Ascension going in deep. They're looking to actually get another kill onto Aurelia this time and or the Caitlyn, but not quite managing to find it. This tower will most likely go down because the amount of damage that they're able to bring out is absolutely insane. However, it looks like they're going to be holding them at this inhibitor turret. There are no more laser beams anymore, which means they are going to be stuck doing one simple thing. The chain is still not going to be procced right there. Aurelia not quite finding an opening to go in deep. There will be Caitlyn still trying to do what she can. No trap line yet input. So there will be a massive amount of ability to do what they want to do. Massive damage on to Mr. Thresh. Able to do it at will. There will be the throw on to Gnar. Gnar in an ugly way will manage to bring it out. There's Aurelia going in deep. Kha'Zix trying to do what he can against all these targets. Massive damage from everybody. Kha'Zix in an ugly way. However, it doesn't matter. LeBlanc taking them down. Being taken down. A complete ace by the members of Fury in the Sands. Fury in the Sands with the big ace. Will manage to bring this game somewhat off. There will be no more Barons for the members of Dad Squad. And they'll be able to go forward onto that good night and take down possibly some inhibitor turrets, though I question what the members of these team are doing. I guess they're just trying to push away the side lanes, but nothing is realistically... I mean, they're taking down... I question the effectiveness of not sending at least Nautilus or Karma down there, but I'm trash, right? So at least we know this. 55.2 to 50.9 with a 5K gold lead on Fury in the Sands. They're doing quite a bit of work, in all fairness. Quite a bit of work getting done indeed. But will they manage to hold on to it? Will they manage to be able to do what they need to do in order to take the lead? They have not taken the inhibitor. Their top lane turret is relatively destroyed, just about almost destroyed. LeBlanc is not quite able to kill all 5 of their members. She's able to do at least a lot of damage to one target, but with the Maw of Malmortius being built on both Kha'Zix and Aurelia, you have to puncture a lot, and I mean a lot of magical resistance in order to get anywhere, even like roughly decent. But we can never outrule the opportunity and the possibility of a throw, right? We can never do so. If we do, then the throw happens, right? The throw will happen. We'll look like fools, and everybody will look like a fool, and it's just not an optimal way of doing things. That being said, though, Aurelia in an ugly position. This may get the play. That'll be the hook, and they'll be damaged. They'll try to re-engage. However, Nar coming in big with the massive stun into the wall. Vi, though, still in the line. That'll be Kha'Zix trying to do what he can. However, it will not be good enough. Lot of damage coming in big. Nar with the missed stun. However, Nautilus in an ugly position right now. Trash trying to get out of the situation. Flash immediately following, but the execute from Madame LeBlanc is absolutely too real right there. A lot of damage still going out. Still trying to do a fighting retreat and will be relatively effective at doing so. Ace in the hole, not quite managing to hit the target that they wanted. 2 down against a Thresh. Very, very big. Very good by Dad Squad in order to elongate this game and give them a little bit more time to recoup their losses. They did manage to take down quite a few of the Team Gold streaks, giving their targets a lot more people, a lot more gold than they had ever actually intended to. And that's very, very big, and that's very, very bad for some of these targets. Because, I mean, rather, Kha'Zix has been dead for the most part for quite a while. But these bonus streaks have to be observed. This amount of gold is not, you know, inconsequential. It is rather, rather good. It's not trivial, effectively. But 21-20 with 2 gay gold lead in favor of the members of the Fury in the Sands. They're doing what they can, trying to find a way to win, but Dad Squad pushing them off at every single opportunity, very much like Game 3 at Worlds this year between SSG and SKT, though, you know, fewer throws and more Barons actually in that game. But Dragon coming up in the next 45 seconds. It will be a Clown Drake, followed by Baron in a minute. If Fury in the Sands were to get that Baron, they could theoretically end this game. They would just not have to lose nearly as many people as they have been wont and losing these days. However, members of Fury in the Sands are somewhat cut off. They're going to be recouping right now. It could be very problematic. They want this Clown Drake. Cloud Drake will be very, very, very much the contested objective this time around, which is rather odd. However, Nar is in an ugly position right now. They may be trying to actually convene. Nope. That'll be the flag coming in from Thresh. Q, Vault Breaker from Madame Vi. That'll be a lot of damage still going on. Aurelia trying to go into the back line, going onto the Ezreal. LeBlanc still trying to doing what she can. No hook, no chain, but still a lot of damage. Kha'Zix, though, is trying to pop off and doing quite a good job of it. Vi down, Aurelia down. However, they're still trying to go off. Thresh in an ugly position right now, being taken down from the sheer volume of damage that is able to be brought to bear by this Caitlyn. LeBlanc, though, still following the enemy targets, still looking to see what they can possibly find and what little baby target she can possibly get. Very well done by Fury in the Sands and Dad Squad. Instead of the 1-2 that they had to deal with, now they were given a 2-1 to actually have to deal with. These are 2 teams that do not want to lose right now and are very, very good and can showcase that skill on command, which is rather nice in all fairness. We don't get to see a lot of champions that are like that. We don't get to see a lot of players that effectively do that. Now, 22-22 with a 4K gold lead in favor of the members of the Fury in the Sands against Dad Squad. What does Dad Squad need to win? Dad Squad needs to take down Aurelia, Kha'Zix, and Caitlyn. Karma is somewhat of a problem. She does have a lot of stuff that makes it very much easier to support, but is she the biggest problem in that team? No, I would completely argue against that. Now, does that mean that she's inconsequential? Obviously not. And if you were ever to assume that, that would be the height of folly. Cloud Drake going over to the members of the big boys in blue. We're not really blue, they're actually red, but the Fury in the Sands nonetheless. They will be leaving with a Water Drake, a Fire Drake, and a Wind Drake. Cloud, Inferno, and Ocean. My goodness, that's big. That's actually rather big. But looks like they're going to be doing some Baron plays right now. LeBlanc trying to get the blue buff, getting her last bit of a cooldown reduction on top of the movement speed and the spell pen that she already has with the addition of the Rune's Hurricane. That'll be the hook, not quite going onto the Karma like it was intended to do. They can't really attack this Baron because otherwise they'll be taking too much damage and not be able to deal with the actual engagement coming in from the future Gnar. On top of Assault Breaker, Assault and Battery coming out from the Madame Vi in order to do whatever the hell she actually wants to do. This could be very, very problematic for these teams. This is a very, very much catch-22. You can't really go onto the Baron because you will die, but if you go onto the Baron, you will be that much more liable to a complete destruction of your team fighting prowess. A lot of damage still going out. Flay from Thresh will be effective at getting Nautilus in, but no actual follow-up from the Crows. That'll be Dredgeline coming in from Nautilus. A lot of damage. Karma immediately being popped, but Assault Breaker from Vi going out immediately onto Vi, immediately onto Caitlyn. A lot of damage still going on. Thresh immediately following the face of the Dodo, and that's Caitlyn still fighting from behind. A lot of damage still going on. Kha'Zix onto Vi, taking it down. However, LeBlanc is still up, but not for long, it seems. Ace in the hole coming back and will take him down. Caitlyn just doing a tremendous amount of damage. Kha'Zix with the front line of all things. Who would have thought a Kha'Zix could frontline like that? I would not have believed that the Grasshopper could do what he was able to do right there. Not quite taking the Jujubee fruits from the actual area of all these things. Will he manage to actually kill it? Maybe, maybe not. There it is, trying to get a little bit of health regeneration. Caitlyn managing to burst this Baron down quite effectively. However, Ezreal's going to be coming back over. He's going to be looking to do the actual engagement, and he's going to be looking to actually take the steal. Not quite managing to do it, and they will take the Baron. Well done by Fury in the Sands, doing everything that they possibly can do in that situation. They're up by 6K, but I think mad props have to be given to Dad Squad. They're doing their tremendous most, their utmost to live the day and do what they can in this given scenario. They are behind, but they are playing very, very well because of it. It's just certain targets are just not dying, and that's tilting, in all honesty. That's just the most tilting thing possible. This Aurelia is just off the utter chain right now. One of the problems is that whenever they get a piece of CC, they're going in almost on the wrong target. They really need to either kill one target and then move on to a 5v4, or they need to get a certain piece of CC onto one certain target and then go in from there. Otherwise, it's just a patience game at that point. Nautilus trying to do what he can, 3-6-19. With the new item, actually, I think it is, yes, Knight's Vow. There we go. Ooh, LeBlanc from behind, forcing the Mantra shield from Karma to just go away. Very well done by LeBlanc in order to bait that out. I genuinely enjoyed that, forcing a cooldown, but a cooldown that will come up shortly in the next 5 seconds. But nonetheless, well done. Well done. Still 6K gold. No actual other lanes have been realistically pushed. They've just been kind of grouping 5 and then going down from there. But this could very well be the very end. We're reaching a cataclysmic point in the game. 5-on-5. Minions coming down the top lane. Doesn't quite have the movements or the clear that they would actually want at this point. Looks like LeBlanc. There is Nautilus with the dredge line on to LeBlanc. LeBlanc getting immediately charged up into the air. Caitlyn with the residual damage in the back line. There's going to be the hook onto Aurelia. Aurelia not quite able to do what she wants. That'll be LeBlanc trying to do what she can. Gnar with the ultimate, but no wall, no stun, no CC. However, the damage is rather intense. That's triple kill for Caitlyn, and it is a double kill for Aurelia. Complete ace by just Fury in the Sands against Dad Squad. That was well done. Good job, Fury in the Sands. That is most likely going to be game. What a climactic team fight. It was just things were going on. People were not dying. My goodness, was that well done. What the hell does Knight's Vow do? That is well good, actually. To what your partner takes to yourself. It's a passive. Everything's a passive. Or I guess it's active is making it something else. But nonetheless, excellent job to Fury in the Sands. Excellent job to Dad Squad for making a tremendous game between two equal skilled opponents. I love them both, and I absolutely adored that game. Excellent job to you both. Now, the question is, who managed to get MVP? In my honest opinion, MVP from the members of Fury in the Sands was, of course, Caitlyn. I recognize that it's very easy to make that judgment call, considering the fact that all of her scores were hands and feet above the members of her team. But the simple fact was she had some great positioning, and she was doing what she needed to do that entire game to take the victory. Honorable mention would be, of course, Kha'Zix. And then considering from the other team, MVP, I would argue, would go theoretically to LeBlanc, but I would also go, and I could go for Thresh with a number of excellent Qs, a number of excellent hooks in the earliest parts of the game. and they were doing probably what they could, and a very good job of doing what they could as well. So mad props to both teams. Now, the thing is, that was the semifinals. We will be going into the finals. I will be giving you the final list. It looks like, however, that the members of Fury in the Sands and theoretically a team that we're very familiar of, literally anything else, may be the finals matchup winners right now, the actual title cards for that matchup. But we will catch you in a bit in order to just make sure that that is what it is. Please, this has been the Nerdbird 19th of November Darude LANstorm. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce you to our finals match. Welcome back to Nerdbird Darude LANstorm. It is the finals match, and it is a best of 3 between, on the right side, the blue side, we have the members of Fury of the Sands. We watched them the last game. And on the red side, we have the illustrious, the team with which wordsmiths everywhere cry for, do. And I genuinely mean that it's just do. So we're going to, well, shorten that down to do. Because, you know, like Mountain Dew, I don't know. Nonetheless, bands and picks coming out. Jana, Evelyn, and Hakram coming out very quickly for the members of Fury of the Sands. This is a best of 3. It's not the snake pick like Dota has, so we are just going to have separate bands each time. Karma, Kale, and Aurelia being locked in as bands for the members of Do. Very interesting bands right now coming out. Nidalee, of all things, managing to get through pick band phase for the members of Fury in the Sands. Very interesting. That champion is borderline overpowered in the jungler scenario. With coming out live, we have Skarner coming out, is a very good champion, very much respected by the community right now for his ability to just block down targets and make it so that they can do nothing that game. Morgana coming out as the support. Theoretically, we've seen a few Morgana mid lanes, not here, but we've seen them in the actual League of Legends as a whole. Jana, Evelyn, and Hakram are interesting bands nonetheless. It feels like they just don't want to play against Jana because she's one of the greatest defensive healing champions in the entirety of the actual game. With Evelyn and Hakram feeling more, or Evelyn feels more like a targeted ban, and Hakram simply because before Fury of the Sands actually played against a Hakram that just did unholy things to their souls earlier in the tournament in the group stages. Karma, Kale, and Aurelia make a little bit more sense. Aurelia, because in the last game, as you well know, Fury in the Sands absolutely popped off with that particular champion above all else. Kale and Karma coming out as bans. I would argue against the Kale. We've seen Fury of the Sands do well with Kale, but we haven't seen him do great. Karma as well, we've seen them do in the previous game, where the mid laner, Dan, managed to do, rather, the mid laner, Mista, managed to do quite a bit of work with the Mantrid abilities. Coming out from picks for the secondary round from Fury, we do have Leona and Veigar. Veigar, very good champion these days, alongside Leona, who can shorten down targets and make them so that they can do absolutely nothing in the greater scheme of things. Very interesting choices right now. They're looking to actually build a front line, it appears, because they've sacrificed a little bit of their front line to give Nidalee the apparel. But interesting to note, on the right side, Do has managed to pick out Graves and Kled. Now, this is a pick that I vehemently disagree with. I hate Kled. I think he's one of the worst champions in the game. He's far too emphasized on an ability to do single target, and in a league that emphasizes utility and multi-target abilities. Meanwhile, you have Graves, who is arguably one of the best junglers right now, simply by the nature of how much damage he does. In the European leagues, Graves is picked all the time, simply by the nature of how good he has the ability to be. But on the flip side, coming in from the last 2 picks from the members of Fury in the Sands, we have Jhin and Renekton. Now, Fury in the Sands, if you recognize, is basically a quote from Shurima, coming from Azir, Nasus, and from Renekton. It's all connected to Shurima at any rate. We can't play Azir in this game because Azir is absolute trash in this patch and has been for quite some time now. And Nasus is still a little touchy. We don't really touch on his lane push build where you push his E to the max. But Renekton is still a very good champion, however, does fall off a little bit hard in the mid to late game. Jhin, though, an excellent champion through and through, very effective, is incredibly powerful in solo queue simply by the nature of what he is able to bring to the table, and that is making sure that people know what they're supposed to kill. Galio being hovered right now by Do. I hesitate to believe that this is not an actual pick. I believe almost ardently, yep, it is going to be shifted. If you just want to pick a tanking champion, all you got to do is go a little bit further over to Swain. Incredible champion, Swain. Swain able to do pretty much everything that you would want. From a mid laner, he's able to get in do a lot of damage, able to CC targets with both hard and soft CC from his Never Move on top of the Raven, which just slows for an incredible amount. On top of the E, which just does a damage intensification, severity, I believe is what its proper term is, and the ability to never die from his ultimate. These champion picks are some of the most odd I've seen. We've seen different champions in this one game than we have this entire tournament. There are different picks that are being at work right now. And in all honesty, I am very much a fan, consistently and completely, because all of these champions are rather interesting. From the Leona pick and the Renekton pick, all the way to the Skarner and to the Kled. Now, granted, I hate Kled. I genuinely believe he's one of the worst pieces of filth in the entirety of the game, because I honestly think he's a terrible champion. He only can offer you single target, and that's if you are not behind. If you are behind, that champion is worse than useless. But that being said, what are these team compositions going for? It honestly looks like that the members of Fury in the Sands are going for a more traditional team composition a team fighting composition, where you have 2 tanks, you have 1 slightly offish tank, and then you have 2 major sources of damage alongside your offish tank being an additional source of damage. You have Nidalee being able to supply you with heavy long-range damage, you have Jhin being able to supply you with heavy long-range damage, and you have Veigar able to kill pretty much anything that is low. Meanwhile, you have Renekton and Leona to make sure that things are slow enough and slowed enough, or slowed enough and stunned enough in order to get all of the damage that you want from Veigar, that you want from Nidalee, and that you want from Jhin off the ground and onto their faces. That being said, will it be effective? Only time can tell. Meanwhile, the composition from the members of DO is actually quite odd. It looks like they're doing a team fighting composition just the same, but they've, instead of going for a slightly tankier with a fair bit of damage involved, they've gone for a little bit more tanky on the part of the Kled. Swain, Kled, and Skarner will be the front line, followed by a Morgana and a Graves to accompany them into the front line. That is actually a Graves AD carry, not a jungle, like I said before, which could prove to be somewhat odd, in all fairness, because of the fact that Graves is just a super low-range champion that can be very easily taken advantage of, especially by someone like this Jhin. Meanwhile, I will say this, however. Every single champion on the side of DO has some major amount of damage, from Kled to Swain to Graves to even Morgana, and on top of that, you have Skarner. Now, does every single champion on the part of Fury in the Sands have that same level of damage? Of ubiquitous damage at that? No. Leona can do a fair bit of stuff in the early game and maybe into the mid game, but after the late game happens, realistically, that woman is not doing near as much as any other of her compatriots or anyone on the enemy team. So there are multiple threats on this team that we have to be aware of, but the question is, will they be able to get off the ground? That is the important one, because in the last game that we saw, the Karma, Mr. Max, actually had a fair bit of difficulty in managing against a LeBlanc. Granted, it was a LeBlanc. It is a massive amount of assassin damage that is able to bring to bear on you at any given point, and at every given point at that, which means that you are very much, the entirety of your game is effectively just not playing effectively once you play against a LeBlanc. All of that being said, I very much, if I were to pick a winner right now from just sheer composition, I would argue that DO, while it has damage at every single point, I don't think it has concentrated enough damage to be effective. I think in an AoE composition, especially in the jungle, they will find a lot more success given the abilities of Swain, Graves, and Skarner, and Morgana's pool will just be very difficult to dodge, and Kled will be able to be given free reign over anything that he would like to do. Meanwhile, I would honestly argue if the little picking composition that they've managed to go with on the side of Fury in the Sands, then they could do quite a bit of work, in all fairness. They could do whatever they need to do. So, that being said, we are looking at a pause right now before we actually get into the game and I switch over the actual source. Sorry about that. It'll be coming off soon. My apologies. But that being said, should be interesting. If I were to give, though, a finite answer, I would actually go for Fury in the Sands. I think the composition is a little bit better, and plus they don't have Kled. And Kled is not good. I recognize I'm biased. I hate that champion. I think that champion is horrid. And I do not fear for anyone that believes that they think he's any good. That being said, if you believe that Fury is going to win, please type hashtag Fury win. If you believe that Dew is going to win, just type in hashtag Dew win or MD win for Mountain Dew. I'm not quite sure. All right, then there we go. It appears that the wait is over. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome you to the finals of of Darude LANstorm on the 19th of November 2016. Let's get ourselves an excellent game, and let's see a victory for the best team ever. Hashtag do win or hashtag Fury win. Let's see some good play. Now let's go. It is too early in the game to surrender. Now, what can we expect from this team composition? We can expect a fair bit of early game ganks, I feel, from the Nidalee because of her sheer ability to be super powerful. On top, oh, this could be potentially awful. They do know that they're in that bush right there. That is a Skarner who is very much outside the cut. Both of them have wards in it, but they will have to retreat somewhat. Renekton in the top lane alongside the Kled, doing what they can. This is, again, the first game of 3. So theoretically, who knows? Who knows, right? If this game goes poorly, then it's not the end of the world. Right, ladies and gentlemen? Right? Giving them a chance to do what they need to do and what they possibly can do, which is always a good thing. Now, that being said, going for a blue buff start for Mr. Skarner, followed by a red buff start for Nidalee. Possibly going to go to try to take care of the Kled in the top lane, make sure that he is shoved down to high hell and high heaven. Very quick actual takedown of the blue buff, a little bit faster than Skarner. Those seconds could actually assist and it's another pause. Sorry about that, friends. Looks like it may have been an accident or otherwise. Sorry about that. Now, that being said, what we were able to see is that Skarner was taking down the blue buff, and it seems to have actually been from a disconnection and a instant reconnection by the Kled. Just a brief giggle over the actual land. Sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen. What we were able to see, though, is Nidalee taking the red buff, followed by Skarner taking the blue buff, and looking to actually go and do a little bit of fair work. However, it looks like Swain has also disconnected. He's reconnecting as well. It's a very, very odd scenario. Very odd scenario to be in. It seems like the entirety of the of the enemy team has just reconnected and disconnected as well. Oh, looks like they're going to be possibly getting back. Theoretically, the pause may be over, hopefully. honestly, potentially, theoretically, I hope. Ooh, this is different. Who would have expected this? NA servers. There we go. The game's going to be beginning in 3, 2, 1, and go. Liftoff. Skarner going in for the Grump, whereas Nidalee is just making a hard burn over for her own blue buff. Theoretically, could she be actually going for some kind of counter gank, or rather from some kind of invasion against this Skarner? I mean, you already know where the Skarner is. He's going to be starting at the blue buff. But will he be actually going that further? There's going to be Renekton. I don't understand the actual... I don't know how the Renekton trade between Renekton and Kled goes. I'm not familiar with it, if I'm at all honest. But I imagine it does okay, but not great. Along with... Well, that's true with most things, if I'm at all honest. There's Renekton doing what he can. Just being given the slight annoyance that is Kled with his massive damaging bear trap on a rope first. Jhin doing what he can as well. Ooh, I completely forgot. We are all Philistines and nothing is actually in order, sadly. Everybody's still relatively even in all fairness. There is Nidalee, though, looking to do a rapid mid lane gank. There's going to be the spear, not quite going to hit it, but will manage to force Nidalee outside of the jungle. That'll be Skarner going for his red buff immediately as planned, and just as known as we had seen before, which is, I feel that it's almost a lost opportunity, specifically because you are Nidalee at that point. But I could be very, very wrong. I could be not understanding of the sheer power that is Nidalee and her ability to affect the actual board. Unfortunately, Renekton is in an ugly position right now. Will get out of the bear trap on a rope. No slow coming in from Mr. Skarner. Will have to burn the flash, however. The red buff has been applied, and he will be able to get out of there, but with a lost flash. Unfortunate for him, but thankfully he is Renekton. Will be able to just slice and dice his way out of the situation for the most time, but sometimes slice and dice just isn't good enough, to be perfectly fair with you. And here we already see a CS disparity between both Jhin and Graves. Jhin with 26. Ooh, Leona going in deep. There's going to be the root immediately on to Madame Morgana. Jhin going in deep, doing about 2 different shots on 2 different targets, and it's kind of indicative of, I'm pretty sure, of how the rest of this laning phase is going to go. You have a champion that emphasizes range, and then you have another champion that emphasizes massive damage at a reduced level, or rather at a closer range. And it's, ooh, that's bad for Miss Swain. No flash in answer, however, lots of damage. The flash from Swain will have to be gone, and that is not good news for him. He's already down 2 farm. So Veigar just has all of the farm that he could possibly want. He still has all of his summoners, I should say, which is the rather key thing to be sure of. There is going to be Mr. Well, that is a fair bit of damage from the Q and W combination, or the QE combination, rather, from Mr. Renekton. Could be worse, genuinely. Not quite sure how, but it could be. There's going to be Leona. We haven't actually seen a lot of Leona in this day and age. Leona is not nearly as popular as she used to be. Whereas before, ooh, a lot of damage still going out on to Mr. Kled. Kled not quite jumping out of the Scarl form yet, because not enough damage has actually been applied to his face. But theoretically, it is only a matter of time, because you just do only get regeneration potion. You get regeneration whilst you are in Scarl's form. You do not get, strictly speaking, the proper amount of health potion appliance. That's just applied to the Kled form, or the Kled health bar. It's very interesting. It's very odd, actually. Very, very odd, if I'm at all honest. Meanwhile, though, there's going to be the stun. There's a lot of damage. That is a very unfortunate for Kled. However, that is going to be Skarner going in deep. Renekton in an ugly position right now, looking to actually being taken down, getting first healed, but then getting first blooded, giving it over to Kled. Kled getting ahead. This is a position that you do not want to be in when you are playing against this champion. Meanwhile, Veigar taking a lot of damage from a Swain will probably be forced to go back home, because that was not very effective whatsoever. 9.0 to 8.6. Luckily, Veigar managed to live without giving that amount of gold over to Swain, but excellent job by Skarner in order to make sure that this lane still is capable of winning. Ooh, there's Leona going in deep for a stun. There's going to be the crit from Jin. Jin won't manage to take the kill, but will burn the heal off of the Graves and the flash off of the Graves in response to his own flash. Excellent job by Jin. But is it worth it, though? That is the question. No heal means that you can gank it a little bit easier. Never move going down onto Veigar. Veigar in an ugly position right now will manage to leave a little bit under his own power, which is very good. Nidalee not quite being able to do just what she probably wants to do this entire game. Very, very low from this red buff. Red buff looking to probably kill her, it seems, and she will have to run all the way back to her base because that's a scary place to be. 1-0 with 300 farm. Right now, though, Jin is absolutely killing this Graves in farm. Renekton doing what he can at 10 farm against the Kled. Though Kled does have first blood, he managed to build his Phage, and he will be going for the Black Cleaver, it seems, as with most Kleds. They always do that effectively. Veigar, though, in an ugly position because he only does have about 20 less farm than the Swain, and that is never a good position to be in. However, it looks like a ward is spotted out of the Skarner. Skarner, though, will be spotted. Will it be contested, however? That is the question. No, it will not. The instant Drake going over to the members of Dew. Dew taking a Cloud Drake. Next is going to be Mountain. A very good Drake, actually. Both of them are actually very, very good. That's how it works these days. They don't try to make useless garbage Drakes. Or they used to, or they still do relatively. Just some are a little bit better than others. Oh, unfortunate for Veigar. Veigar's in an ugly position right now. No actual ability to get out of this situation, and the damage from Swain is just ridiculous. Ooh, the root and the stun and the damage. Will he go in for the final crit? That'll be the flash, and that'll be the crit from Jin. Excellent job from Jin and from Leona, in all honesty. 2-1 with Fury making a little bit of headway, but excellent job by this Skarner and just putting the utter pressure. Ooh, off screen. Mr. Renekton just doing an utter amount of work and making sure that Kled eats a little bit of trash right there. That's going to be Veigar, though, being immediately rooted down and stunned. A lot of damage. Not a lot of ability to be able to deal with that at his own command, but it is what it is in all fairness. Ooh, there's going to be Curtain Call coming out from Jin. Will it manage to do anything? Not really. But that'll be the first turret bonus going down for the members of Dew. Leona trying to actually stop the actual engagement. Blue turret in the top lane going down just as quickly, but not nearly as quickly enough to get the first bonus. Leona falling due to superior damage from Swain and from Skarner. Not the best decision making, if I'm at all honest. 4-2 with about a 700 gold lead in favor of the members of Dew against Fury. Fury doing well, not great though, but doing well. Now the question is, will they be able to continue? Will they continue to fall behind like this against Dew, where they're just making superior tactics, utilizing their jungler, or will Nidalee come out the woodwork and actually properly assist her team? Because she's not really been doing a whole heck of a lot, and considering she is an early game jungler, this could be very problematic. However, it looks like a massive roam is coming down. Both Morgana and Graves sense it very, very quickly and very, very effectively. Renekton is in the bottom lane. Nidalee, though, looking to take her red buff. And that is going to be Veigar in an ugly position, getting 100-0 by every single target in the matter of seconds, and will be, unfortunately, killed by Swain once more. Veigar right now is just food to this Swain, and that is never a good feeling in the world when you are worth nothing more than a minion wave. 5-2, though, with another 1.2k gold laid over the members of Fury. Right now, Dew just making it so that you are not able to do a damned thing right now. Renekton coming up from the side. That'll be a bear trap on a rope that will come out, not do a whole hell of a lot, but will be able to do what it needs to be done. What needs to be done, I should say. 1.2k gold coming out big and coming out large. Nidalee coming in with a little bit of damage. Swain coming in from behind. That'll be a lot of AoE. That's going to be the immediate flash from Nidalee around the back. That'll be Renekton going in deep with his ultimate, trying to do what he can. Bear trap on a rope will stop those targets from being able to do what they want. Nidalee, though, on the side, trying to dodge away from the Swain. Renekton in an ugly position right now. It was just a disaster for him right now. Just Nidalee trying to get away from both targets right now. My goodness, Skarner on the side, trying to make it so that they cut him off. I think Nidalee is trying to go for the execute right now, which makes perfect sense in all honesty. There we go, and execute right now. Well done by Nidalee in all fairness, but very poorly done by Fury in general. They should have really understood that that was where those targets were going to be going, and a little bit better map management and understanding and just map awareness in general would have gone a long way to making it so that that didn't actually go further than it actually did. However, Veigar heading into the bottom lane to help his team members and do what needs to actually go on. It looks like this turret is going to be going down, which is very, very good for the members of Fury. Unfortunately, they're taking a lot of damage right now from that turret, not quite managing to die on the Leona, but it was a close thing, if I'm at all honest. Meanwhile, Renekton in an ugly position, never move, coming down slow on to the Nidalee, or rather onto the Swain. Nidalee picking up the kill, shut down on to Swain. Very massive amount of damage that Nidalee was being able to bring to bear with her jungling item. That'll be Skarner, though, looking to get out of an ugly situation from where Renekton and Nidalee are going to be able to come out. However, that turret is going to be going down most likely. It is already at about 25%. That'll be the flash immediately from Master Renekton, going in immediately onto the Skarner. Nidalee is relentless, and it will manage to take down the Skarner. However, that is going to be Kled. Kled is managed to be uncledified and will unfortunately die just as well. That is the power of Nidalee jungle, and apparently I guess she just needed some items in order to start popping off, because what in the name of God was that? That was just suddenly I figured out that I'm playing Nidalee and I can do damage. Who knew, right? Now, nonetheless, 6-6, 1.3k gold lead in favor of the boys from the Fury in the Sands against Do. Swain trying to make it so that these targets don't actually deal, or rather, trying to make sure that these targets don't take his turret, which is, in all fairness, oh, there's going to be Never Move going down onto Jin. Jin not quite managing the stun, going in. Curtain call coming in from everybody. Swain in a very ugly position. That'll be the curtains for Swain. Excellent job. Jin at 3-0, 117 farm against the 85 farm from the members of, from the Graves. Ooh, that could be very bad for Skarner. Skarner in an ugly position, will not manage to get stunned. However, will get stunned by the Renekton W. A lot of damage coming out. Morgana Q coming out just as big. However, not quite managing to be as effective as they could possibly want. However, Kled coming in quickly, trying to come and kill the Renekton. Ultimate coming down from him as well. Leona in an ugly position right now. However, there is going to be Nidalee trying to come in from behind, trying to give a little bit of assistance to the Leona and being able to do something to that effect. In all fairness, 8-7 with 23.9 for Fury at 14 minutes. 3-2 on Kled. He's doing very effective work. He's very, very effective against low-edge targets. But the problem is he's still relatively behind, if I'm at all honest. He just got a lot of gold from that engagement. They're going to be going for this Mountain Drake on the part of Do. Do trying to make sure that and make certain that they can keep these neutral objectives to themselves. However, there's going to be a teleport coming in from blue side. It'll be from Renekton. Renekton with the immediate ultimate. Lots of damage. That's going to be Colossus coming down. A lot of damage. He's still very much in the underscore curtains. And that is... Oh! Blue team with the steal! Great job by Nidalee. Getting themselves a Mountain Drake. Not losing anybody except for one flash. And Renekton's life. And, well, a lot of his pride, if I'm at all honest. But nonetheless, excellent job by the members of Fury in the Sands. Now, that being said, what happens at this point? Ooh, a lot of damage still going out. That's going to be the root from Morgana, still lasting about a year, as it did back in Season 1. Kled still trying to do and figure out what he's supposed to be doing at this point. Renekton is in the base right now, trying to figure out how to put stitches on crocodile wounds, because he is still very much messed up from that engagement. Very well done, though, by him, distracting them so that Nidalee had enough time to actually take the turret down. And I like the fact that he just didn't stay there and die, which was a very... Most players like to do that, in all fairness. They like to just say, you know what, I am going to stay in this one position and I am going to die, and people are going to have to deal with that. And in this case, that player just decided, you know what, I don't need to do that. And it's a stupid idea if I am going to do that nonetheless. Veigar trying to get something. There will be the stun coming out live. There's going to be the root from Jin. A lot of damage still going out. Root immediately going down. That's got a lot of stun. Flash from Veigar will be not effective whatsoever and will unfortunately die. However, there is going to be the Kled ultimate going in deep on to the Jin. Jin in an ugly position right now. No time for the flash, but a time for Nidalee to be alive and take down 2 targets. Kled in an ugly position right now. That'll be Nidalee going in deeper a little bit more. Renekton going in on the back line. That'll be Nidalee being exploded from sheer Graves burst. However, Leona entering the fray with W. A lot of damage still going out. That's Renekton still alive because Colossus is just so damned OP. That's going to be Renekton still trying to do what he can. Still not dead. However, Leona is still above. She has the fury in her heart and she has a lot of anger in her eyes. And taking down Morgana because the sun will always beat the moon, or wherever the hell Morgana's actually from. Now, that being said, Veigar from behind, trying to do what he can, trying to make up for the fact, oh, that's very bad for Graves. Unfortunate. Veigar taking himself a kill, putting himself on the board. 69 CS, 1-4-2, but better than 0-4-2 in first. 13-11 with 1.1k in favor of Fury. Granted, if track record is successful, they'll probably lose that again from a really crap engagement in the bottom or the top lanes. That just seems to be the way of Fury at this point. Give a little bit of hope and then take it all back from a really good team fight. Give a little bit more hope and then take it all back. Never move coming out from Swain. Not quite managing to hit this one time against Veigar. I'm very proud Veigar's learned to dodge finally, which is very, very effective. 13-11. Yeah, I recognize a lot of shade coming out in this last bit, but we've seen that's how you keep them in, ladies. That's how you keep them in. It's what you do in order to make it interesting. Graves doing a lot of burst damage. There's going to be the exhaust curtain call coming out from Jin in order to make certain these targets go down. Nidalee, though, from behind on a very, very, very dangerous Swain doing a lot of work. That'll be the stun coming in down. That's going to be the Leonardo for the ultimate. For all of the sheer amount of stunning that it didn't really do a whole lot. Jin from the side doing what he can, and what he can is do a fair bit of burst. Root coming down, and a cleanup kill from the 4th bullet. That's going to be Kled, though, on the side. Not quite going to be engaging because he recognizes that even for him, that's suicide. 14-12, 500 gold lead. Unfortunately, Nidalee did die against the Swain. Not quite worth, especially when the engagement did not really require her to die. It was just a very poor engagement choice by the Nidalee to go that certain way. However, the first turret, mid lane turret for the members of Duo will be taken down, and this is actually rather big, if I'm at all honest, because that means that they are able to do quite a bit of damage, that they're able to have the entirety of the enemy jungle to themselves. Meanwhile, it's finally good that Graves is able to get at least some form of money. He's managed to complete an item. He's 1-2-1. He has 107 farm finally. He's able to farm conveniently, and he's able to farm, like, reliably, I should say, at this point. And he's against the Jin, who's 4-1-3. He's got to have something at this point. Jin going to be building, looks like, with maybe a Rage Fire, or what's a Rapid Fire, maybe even Static Shiv if you're feeling particularly bursty, I suppose. It doesn't really matter, or actually it does, but it doesn't matter at this point because it has remained uncompleted. Meanwhile, Death Stance coming out for Graves. Very, very bold choice considering the fact that is the DR build, and usually you build that when you're ahead, but I guess it is rather core on the members of, say, well. Excellent job, actually, by Morgana. A lot of damage still going out on it to Veigar. Veigar in an ugly position right now. However, it looks like that they're going to be able to try to take down some target in the top lane. Skarl going down immediately. Nidalee just doing a lot of work, and Renekton just showing up when it needs to be showed up. That'll be the ultimate from Leona, but it's not good enough because she'll be taken down from an ugly, ugly ultimate from Graves as well. Oh, I say ugly, but incredibly effective, I should actually preface. That'll be the ultimate from Swain going into the top lane, looking like they're actually going to try to take this turret down. It'll be going for Never Move, going for Nidalee first because of the fact that she does so much damage. No stun yet. However, there's going to be Skarner coming in from the side, trying to get a little bit of movement speed in, trying to get the actual ultimate on the ground and getting the root off the ground as well. No more movement speed because the actual shield has been blocked somewhat. Nidalee with the B damage, with the great damage. Oh, this could be very, very bad for them. No stun. There's the stun. Curtain call coming in from Jin, going on to the Swain. Swain in an ugly position right now. Will that be the execute? No, because of a well-timed Zhonya's. However, that is Nidalee damage at its core, and Nidalee damage is still something to be feared even after about 6 odd seasons. Now, 18-15 with a 2K gold lead in favor of Fury at 21 minutes. This could be potentially awful for Do. However, the problem is they've allowed this gold lead to grow. They haven't really been dealing a whole lot, even if they have been killing some of the targets from the members of Do, or from the members of Fury. They haven't been able to get meaningful objectives for the past 5-6 odd minutes, and because of that, that's an incredible problem that you have to deal with. Because if you can't get those objectives, you can't get further on the map, you can't get massive amount of gold in your coffers, and that means that you're not able to get yourself as far ahead as, say, the enemy team. Very, very poor. However, Leona in the area right now alongside Vegard in order to do some form of play around the Cloud Drake. They would like to get a secondary Cloud Drake, which means that they'll be able to do a little bit more work than otherwise thought of. Swain, a little bit caught out, but not quite going to be taken advantage of by the members of the Fury. Question, I don't understand why Jin isn't really using his traps in much. However, Renekton going in deep on to the Skarner going in for a stun, but will get stunned in point of fact. However, this is very, very bad. Excellent Nidalee stun. That'll be the root coming in. Morgana in an ugly way will manage to take it down. That's going to be Renekton in the very back line. Still not dead, however, managing to do a tremendous amount of damage. However, Nidalee being pushed off. However, Swain still not dead from the entirety of the back lane. That'll be Do coming in back, trying to do what they can as well. Jin trying to figure out what he needs to do as well. That'll be the root coming out. No actual follow-up. They're going to be going for the Baron right now. That's going to be curtain call from Jin. Not quite taking it down onto the Graves. 19-19. Very, very poor team fight from the members of Fury in the Sands. Very poor indeed. Because if they had actually kind of fought that a little bit incrementally and used their front line to relatively good degrees for their front line, for their back line, that would have been a little bit different. But instead, they just chose to dive, and they took down a single target there, Morgana, but that wasn't nearly as much as needed to be done, and if I'm at all honest, to be perfectly frank with you. However, Jin is going to be trying to go for this Cloud Drake in response. Will he manage to take it? Most likely, because of the fact that it is Jin, and it will not be contested whatsoever. They'll take that against the Baron. I can't say it's very much worth it, considering the fact that they lost so much gold. They lost so much advantage that was possible. There will be the stun immediately onto Swain. Swain taking a lot of damage. However, this is Renekton we're talking about, and it is in the mid-game. Renekton is not exactly something to be feared right now, especially with the fact that he's only 6'6" and 8. He has Black Cleaver, and he has the Sunfire Cape, but he's not exactly the greatest thing in the history of the world. However, mid lane we have Skarner actually trying to go a little bit forward. Nidalee not quite managing to meet the spear onto Skarner's insectine face, but doing what she can nonetheless. 8-4 and 8 on a Swain, 3-5-13 on Skarner with 4-4 and 6 on Kled. I'm surprised that Kled's actually been able to do so much this game, considering the fact that it is still Kled. But nonetheless, he is not doing nearly as much as I would expect it, and Jin is just kind of falling behind in actual KDA, and I would expect it a lot better from him, considering he's playing against the Graves, who the Graves automatically starts off at just a decreased value because of the fact that his range works so heavily against him in this matchup. But that being said, it is still the game of, well, anybody's game, realistically. I don't understand why they're not really pushing anything down with this Baron buff. They've already lost they were up by about 2k, but now they're only up by about 1k gold right now, the members of Do against Fury. Eventually, somebody is going to have to match the Kled in the bottom lane if they want any chance of not allowing this lane to get any further, or this game to get and depreciate any further. However, Kled is already moving back off of the line because it is a very scary prospect to have to deal with. Meanwhile, Swain is in the very top lane. Vega in an ugly position right now will get immediately rooted by everybody else. However, the back line is going to be immediately taken down by Renekton. Renekton going immediately big. That's going to be curtain call from Jin. Will manage to get no ultimate off the top of Graves. However, Swain coming in big onto the top with a teleport coming down. Kled as well coming down. That's going to be Nidalee still down, and so is Vega. They are kind of just at a loss for damage, if I'm at all honest, to be perfectly frank with you. Leona is going to be going down. Jin in an ugly place and will go down just as well. That was an ugly team fight, if I'm at all honest. It was a very ugly team fight, mostly due to the fact that, well, Graves didn't die in the earliest part, which means that you weren't able to bring all of the damage that you wanted to bear onto ulterior targets, and on alternate targets, I should say. And because of that, you were unable to actually deal with the tanks that were present there because of that, and also due to the fact that Veigar is not able to do any of the damage that he needs to be doing right now, and because of that, Veigar is suffering, and this team is suffering in general. They're at a loss for damage. Nidalee is able to bring damage to bear, but she dies very, very quickly after the damage has actually gone out. It's going to require a throw, I feel, at this point for Dew to be unseated because they are very much in a very good position right now. You have Trinity Force on Skarner. You have only already 2 items, both Yumu's and Black Cleaver built on Kled. You have Swain, who is very much big right now. Phantom Dancer and Death's Dance built onto Graves, which means he's building the DR build, which means 20% of the damage that you are doing automatically means absolutely nothing to him. And genuinely, that's a very scary thing to do. That's a very scary thing to actually have to deal with. Meanwhile, you have Morgana, who's just kind of like helping out. She's not doing an incredible amount of stuff right now. Skarner, rather Veigar in an ugly position right now, being caught out once more, and it's like kind of the gift that keeps on giving at this point. Never moved, not quite managing to go out. There's going to be Nidalee trying to do what she can, trying to get some level of the heat off of her. Never move coming out once more, not going to hit anything. Curtain call coming in from Jhin. A lot of damage coming out. Leona's ultimate manages to miss nothing, but hits everything with the slow. That'll be a lot of damage still going out. The turret going down as well. Swain and Skarner going down respectively. This could be very, very big for Fury. That'll be the root going down on to Graves, but nothing means of anything from that. However, it looks like Renekton really wants to go in for this engagement. No flash yet. However, that's going to be the ultimate root immediately onto Graves. Graves in an ugly position and taken down by Mr. Jhin. Well done. Well done by Fury in the Sands. And actually, I don't understand the attack on the ward by Graves and by Kled, but then again, maybe it was for strategic purposes. Not quite sure. Then again, I am trash, so I don't understand anything. There we go. We have Leona just doing a little bit of ward clearing because Baron is going to be coming up in the next 2 minutes. We have a dragon following in a minute. It is going to be an Ocean Drake. Ocean Drake's very, very good. Jhin is going to be going back, going to be building what looks to be optimistically Essence Reaver coming out. Massive cooldown reduction. No penetration yet, and I question that because penetration, well, actually, penetration is gone as an ability of choice, or as an item, not even an item, but as a item ability, so to speak. It's now lethality, as we all know. And because of that, it has reduced effectiveness until level 12, and then it's effective, which is their way of trying to counter the armor penetration that was inherent in the game. Ooh, Skarner in an ugly way. However, no damage is actually being done upon him. However, that's some serious damage. Will get chunked immediately out at about 15% of his total life. Unfortunate that, it looks like some back damage is going down onto Graves. Graves in an ugly way will be taken down for free almost. Curtain call coming down from Graves, from Jhin rather, and will be taken down. Double kill onto that. Oh my goodness, Morgana is taken down. The entirety of the bottom lane is gone. However, that remains is that Kled and Swain are here. There's going to be the stun going down onto Swain. A lot of damage still going down. Renekton still trying to front line. Leona going in, back onto the Skarner. Skarner in an ugly way right now. However, no one is still dead. However, Jhin on the back line doing what he can. The entirety of the front line are trying to do what they can do in order to give some time for these targets. Leona not quite dead yet. There's Leona. That's Nidalee with the big play, and a lot of damage coming out to make it so that you can't do what you want to do. That'll be the actual Cloud Drake going over, as we said before. But it's Cloud Drake going over to Fury. Well done by Fury. Well done. 7 seconds for a Baron. They can't really make this call because of the fact that Skarner is still up and all 3 of those members are in the area. They can't make the call right now because, well, there's not enough people down, and plus Renekton is dead, and Renekton is an integral part of their team at the moment. This could be potentially problematic for the actual team in general. Meanwhile, that's going to be Nidalee going in for her blue buff. Taking down a blue buff. Doing what needs to be done. Making it so that that stuff is good. It is still armor pen on Dominic's Regards. What in the name of goodness? That's weird. That's just weird. That's weird. That's weird, guys. I don't like that. Armor pen on Dominic's Regards. It should just be lethality, for the love of God. But I guess that makes sense. I mean, lethality is just so trash. Unfortunately, it looks like a Baron play actually going down, and it looks like it may be for free of all things from the members of these targets. Renekton is going to be trying to face check it. There's going to be Morgana looking to get the root. However, that's the stun coming out live. Big on the damage. However, it looks like they may not actually be stopped. It could be very bad. Red team actually managing to take it out. Renekton in the middle of the enemy team. However, Morgana in an ugly position. Oh, goodness me. It's so bad. Curtain call from Jhin coming out big on these big targets. Nothing is dying, however. The only thing that died is Veigar and Leona again, and a Morgana died, which is just horrendous, if I'm at all honest, to be perfectly frank with you. Jhin in an ugly way. No ultimate yet. Cleanse being dropped immediately. Good job by Mr. Jhin. However, that does not mean that they're not out of the woods yet. That is a second Baron given over to the members of Do, and I gotta feel really, really bad if I'm at all playing the members of Fury in the Sands, because my goodness, that's just relatively embarrassing. You've lost a second Baron. That hurts. I mean, especially when there's no vision around it. That feels really bad. I'll be honest with you. Ooh, there's gonna be Skarl being popped immediately. That'll be Mr. Jhin doing what he can. I mean, we really can't completely trash on them that badly, because it is a Baron. It is somewhat difficult to stop. It is very difficult to actually deal with sometimes. But I mean, that play alone sacked you about, well, an inhibitor, a turret, and 2 champion kills, all for the cost of a Morgana. And all it required was a bit of warding around the Baron pit to figure out what they were going to do. You have to keep track of your timers on these things, because if you don't keep track of timers, then they're just going to be taking advantage for you. And that's been kind of the truth this entire game. Veigar is still just trying to do what he can. Rabadon's Death Cap alongside Morella and Namicon coming out real. I mean, he has damage. It's just he doesn't have that much damage. And specifically, the fact is, they're not building magic resistance in any really big way. Ooh, Skarner in an ugly way right now, but it doesn't matter because he's so filled with tank, it's not even funny right now. Unfortunately, that it will not do anything, but it is what it is at that point. Quicksilver Sash being built by Jhin in order to counter some or more of the actual bad stuff that's going out. Ooh, Skarner in an ugly way, kind of overstaying his welcome. Curtain call from Jhin in order to stop the Swain from doing anything further. However, Wilkin immediately shoved down. Ooh, Jhin in an ugly way, trying to frontline against a Graves. That went so poorly for the members of Fury right now. Renekton still trying to do his best in order to take down some certain key targets, but that is very, very, very bad by the members of Fury. That could very easily be game at this point. And in fact, I'm pretty sure that will be game right now. It looks like game 1 is going to be going over to or Do, as we've been calling them this entire game. That was a tremendously good team fight and a great flank by the members of Do right there. Great flank by Graves. Great flank, great actual bait by Skarner. I mean, granted, he did die, and I think that was relatively inadvertent. But a great team fighting composition and a great just pick ban from these members. Excellent job from these members, and I am eager to go to game 2. What will happen, how will it happen, and we will see shortly afterward. Please don't touch the keyboard or the mouse. We'll be right back.